I want to welcome everyone. This is the Crypto Kingdom. I'm London. Guys, we had an amazing last 5 days, a 100% return on Forum. I want to bring that up, guys. People are really excited, like this excited. Forum, guys, went for 100% in the last 5 days. I brought that to everybody's attention. The VIP membership, guys, is huge. That VIP membership is what's getting you all of these pricing targets. We brought it to you 5 days ago. Guys, click on that join button from a PC. From a PC, not a cell phone, not anything else. Click on the $99, okay? That's going to get you all the latest information. Excuse me. So I wanted to touch on Dogecoin real quickly. Dogecoin looks like it could, and we're going to cover Bitcoin heavily in a little while, but it looks like Dogecoin is in somewhat of a triangulation. I think that you guys could. It's not financial advice. Probably because it's not a security, as I have looked into recently. It's not a security, so I don't think it really applies to the whole financial advice circumstance, but that's just based upon my recent discussions, etc., with some individuals. But yeah, Dogecoin is in a triangulation. Now, essentially your upside target is going to depend upon whether or not you're taking this original move up and saying, hey, it's more like a flag, like a pennant, or if it's more like an extended, I'd say an extended, what would you say in this, a symmetrical triangle. So, in terms of Doge, that's one thing we may choose to trade. Just so you know, we may trade that tonight. Tonight, we're going to be trading Bitcoin. Okay, we have a good group, and I want you guys to know that we are going to trade tonight. That's what we're going to do. We're going to sit around and do some day trading. I want you guys to see some technique. We have a back room that is full of people doing this all day long. Okay, people don't know how to day trade. We're not going to tell you exactly when to buy and sell, but we're going to go through when we might do it. So you guys may have a good time just kind of tuning in. If you're new to the channel, subscribe and turn on notifications, and we would appreciate that. Also, you guys can join that top level, and we just don't want to miss Bitcoin. That's where we're at right now. We're not in the mood to miss the action on Bitcoin. A lot of people action like that, guys, breaking out again. But it looks like it's attempting to break out right now. So that's a kind of a bull flag we had identified. And it's been very exciting to deal with you guys on Bitcoin as we kind of ramp things up. I know some people will get into the room. It's been, one of those days, not really tired. I won't say I'm tired, but it's just one of those days where, I could use another cup of coffee. So let me reach back and get one. There we go. That was easy. Got another cup of coffee, and that should be good. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me go ahead and plug into the stream online and make sure everything's going well. I can see you guys in the chat. Let me go ahead and plug into things and say hello to all of you VIP members. It's nice to have you guys. And yeah, so Sheet, nice to have you. And looks like, whoa, let me turn that down. Looks like King Jose is looking to access the VIP. I'm not sure why you can't. So you'll have to do that from a PC. I would recommend doing that from a PC. So as we're looking at the target here in terms of the breakout of this bull flag, this is just a bull flag, classic bull flag. This would be kind of a micro trade that we would look at potentially engaging in, and we would hope for the continuation of this channel that Bitcoin has been in thus far. We would do kind of a channel trade on this one. It looks like it's working out well, and these are just kind of, we'll go through the macro in a little while. I want to go through kind of the micro elements of how people are trading right now. What are they doing to achieve a profit? Because it's very important as we look at, essentially, how are you going to achieve a profit, okay? It's not a very popular discussion. I realize that. That's okay. We're not here to make people feel good when they're not making money. And a lot of people have lost a lot of money. And so that's not our goal here. Our goal is to help people achieve profitability, okay, as much as we can without, just becoming an advisor or anything like that. But we want to help achieve profitability. So we're going to talk about, Bitcoin. We're going to talk about trading it. It's relatively, I'd say it's relatively consistent, okay, between that and Doge, etc. It's the Doge has been technically very frustrating for a while. Elon has brought some things to bear that have been. Hey there, Richard. How are you, brother? I think Richard is in from Korea. Nice to see you. Let's see what we have. Bustalo Espresso Ground. I'll try that, Angel. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I need a little kick. So that sounds like maybe that'll get the job done. In terms of the trades today, I know a lot of you had trades, and yeah, we had already cut a few videos. And this is kind of of stepping over the top of those in terms of the repeatability, etc. So I know it'll probably be a small crowd here, but I just wanted to come live because I would probably be trading anyway. So I thought if I'm going to be trading anyway, I might as well be on the stream so we can kind of ask questions and go around and figure things out. So it's kind of a just a live way for us to interact, and we'll see. It's like we already pushed out one video, so that could be something everyone else can kind of watch, and we can kind of hang out, and we can do our own content a little bit. In terms of the question you guys have or the pattern identifications, we can go through just some live kind of instructionals and different things. And if you guys have something to teach, something for me to learn, I look forward to doing that. Forum was just fantastic last 5-6 days. I know a few people already closed positions on that. I know a few other people already have or still have an open position, etc., and a number of different coins that have done well. So Forum has been it's been one of those 2Xs. We talk about, a 2X, a 3X. People are like, well, when are you going to get one of those? When are you going to do it? And it's funny, I received some different commentary, etc. Currently looking at the DOGE chart, just so you guys see that this what is this? This it's a nice I'd say a pennant, guys. It looks like a nice pennant or a symmetrical triangle. So that's something to look at in terms of Forum. Let's go ahead and take a look at Forum. It's just been nonstop, guys. Been very very exciting, and it's been nice to watch the returns just kind of pile up. And it's not those are not typical returns, and I don't know other groups that are really doing that well in terms of this is let's just kind of scroll in here. Let's go in the last day, and it's continuing to make some progress. That's very exciting. Since I sent out that notification to you guys, I sent the notification out, and since then it's up another probably 7%. So if anyone got the notification and did get in, you're up probably 7% right now. That's nice. Forum is a very interesting company. I did some research and due diligence on them, and it's a very interesting, it's an interesting coin. So I look forward to seeing how all that works out. Now, in terms of Bitcoin, I'm going to say we've been trading a lot. A lot of people in the back rooms have been just asking different questions, or we've been kind of watching. I've been setting up some different different kind of trade tactics in terms of what you guys are looking at and what your goal is that you guys want to do in terms of booking positive trades. Some of you want to hold. Well, I don't think it's a real good time just to lock things. Well, there you go. How about that? Bam. Those are one of the circumstances where, we just want to hold. You saw that just happen on your screen. That's a real live event. And now that's a small move there. It's probably going down to hit some support, and that just means some orders, etc., to take it to a different level. But we're just very cautious. We don't give, no one gets an award for losing 50 or 60%. Angel, thank you for the shout out. I've been putting on all the tweets that we have angel power, so I hope you like that. You guys smash that like button if you could. And if you're one of the 4 people who've showed up to not want to be profitable and you put the thumbs down, you're welcome to just take off, and that's okay. You're welcome to do that. We don't mind at all. You're not if you're not into profit, we don't need to. You can show up, and hit a thumb down for whatever reason. But I'm just going to tell you, we just won't know why you're not into profit or why you're not doing well. We just won't be able to imagine. It sounds like you're so positive. Really, really. I mean, you show up somewhere and you're just going to hit the thumb down button just to try and annoy people, or you're not going to spoil our good time. I guarantee you, our profits don't depend on you at all. Guarantee you, if you want a little spoil award, spoiler for you. Our profits are not going to revolve around negative people ever. It's just not going to happen. We have a great group, and you just couldn't take it down. So, just sweat the small stuff. That's what I'll tell you. If you're not making profits and you don't like our group, go sweat all the small stuff you can, huh? And it's just it must be great to be you guys. Anyway, we'll focus on positivity. It looks like we've kind of gotten into a little sarcasm. We've kind of gotten into a little bit of a retracement on this. I would look at I guess we're going to lift it up to the previous breakout. I guess that's what potentially could be going on. A little bit of a mixed differential. When I get a mixed differential, just so you guys know, I'm going to deal with a few different things. I'm going to deal with the standard retracements, okay? Standard retracements are something that I would get into. This was a breakout on a bull flag on kind of at the micro. As we look at the micro on the micro, I'm just talking about the real kind of honed in. This was a bull flag formation on Bitcoin. And guys, Bitcoin's very, very nice to trade. Okay, it's something you can trade during the daytime. It's something you can literally identify patterns, and as they're constructed, you can look at your resource materials. You can come up with kind of the answer of where is something supposed to go. This achieved a breakout and a confirmation that it kind of underperformed. We can look at this, and guys, I do recommend all this go on a big screen. I looked at the setup that Angel has. I would recommend this go on a big screen. It's a lot easier to see. It's a lot more enjoyable. I know you guys have cell phones, but these days cell phones plug right into a TV. They just do. And in terms of the visuals that you'll have, it's crucial to be able to look at a big, I don't even think like a full screen cell phone is really going to do that great. I would recommend that, or maybe a home computer is fine. Excuse me. Now, this bull flag, guys, this broke out right as we started the stream, and yeah, it was a nice breakout. That was impressive. As the stream continued, it did go, and right as I was mentioning, like, you know, the ability to cut something loose, you know, you can see what's happening to the price now. So that's you know, I wouldn't say it's abnormal. It's part of, you know, kind of what has gone on. We just talked about, you know, will you be holding, you know, in terms of that. We can talk about kind of the fallout of things. We can talk about where we're at in the overall trajectory of the market. We can talk about not just specifically Bitcoin, but all the coins. If there's specific coins that you have that you would like to potentially discuss that are down a percentage, you know, I would recommend the first thing before I would talk about anything. Okay, before I would talk about anything, particularly if you're a member of the VIP, I would just recommend that we sit and ask ourselves, how many times have we talked about having heavy cash reserves at the lower levels? And particularly since we've been at the top of the market here, I've said that for the past, you know, several months on in this level, et cetera. If you arrived late, I understand that. That's a challenge, but we've always been of the mentality here to preserve, you know, cash heavily. I remember some of the first people that I was you know, giving sessions to, leading, you know, in terms of just some leadership sessions, some market leadership sessions, and you know, private sessions. And yeah, it was very much on the radar that this was a clear indication for what was it, about 3 months, I believe, 3 months. That yeah, let's see, 72 days, so at least 2 months over that, if you include the breadth of it. You had about 3 months that you're looking at where, you know, it was kind of evident that we weren't really pushing to all that much of a new high. We weren't really going to 100,000. We weren't really going to, say, you know, 200 to 300,000 on Bitcoin. Okay, so now that doesn't bother me because I like volatility, and I'm never going to, you know, I'm going to say never. I'm not your guy that's going to you know, get the Diamond Holder Award and you know, just lose millions of dollars and just make a video about it and no big deal, you know, my jet or my Lamborghini, and just relax and it's not a problem. That's not my style, guys. I don't see any benefit in losing this amount of money. Like, if we're going to lose potentially, you know, 47%, I don't see a benefit in that. Like, that's not something I would like to take with me, like, you know, in terms of around with me, like in terms of reputation. That's you know, in 39 days, that's 50% lost. Okay, so that's a rough month. That month, if you're heavily invested, can really cause some problems. So, you know, just you talk about the psychology of the market. Losing 50% in a little over a month can cause some serious issues, some serious interferences, kind of with, you know, with your overall kind of operability financially, et cetera. So we always try and think of that. That's a big deal. But you guys can mention if you want to shout out in the hey Lars, how are you? Let me get a sip of water real quickly. All right, and we will go through some details. I hope that you guys have had fun kind of trading the last few days. And I wanted to do that because, you know, essentially we've gone through, I'd say, enough. We have a new exchange, right? We do have a new exchange, Gate. That's been exciting. We have some different, you know, some different things kind of occurring with the group. I think we have a good dynamic in terms of everyone that's here. We have some supporters that have stepped up. Definitely, Angel has stepped up and is kind of leading the march to definitely, you know, reinforce our group. And it seems like we're just becoming a little bit more close-knit, which I really like. And I just want to let you guys know that. We do have that kind of exclusivity kind of going on, and I like that. I'm doing some different videos and trying to work, you know, Angel and everyone else, I'm trying to work on Uh, we're on Bitcoin, Richard. We're on Bitcoin right now. That's what we're on right now. I know you just asked. You can't see it from your phone. I was just talking about maybe putting it on a big screen. That would work if maybe you put it on a big screen. But it's hard for me to see. I'm standing right in front of my computer. But it is. I've got these scaled down. But it is BTC. I'm not sure if you can see that in the background. But definitely, let me go into maybe we can hit the watermark and see if this will help. That's not a bad idea. Let me see if I can actually. Let's see. Watermark right here. Let's go right here, and let's see if we can do that. Does that help you guys see a little bit better, but probably not that color? Maybe a green, something like that. And now you can see the actual name. So we'll get into this. And I won't be in a rush tonight. You guys can kind of relax. If you have other stuff to do, you can do that while we trade. I'll be trading most of the night, just kind of relaxing. So tell me if that's a little bit better, Richard. Hopefully that accommodates your ability to see that. So BTC. And if you can't see it at any point in time, just go ahead and just give it a breather, give it a rest, and you'll be able to see it when we move this around or something. But yeah, BTC is going to be kind of I think it should be the focus for a while. It provides kind of the most stable, I'd say, pricing functions, kind of the pricing action. We've been looking for pricing action everywhere through the market for a long time, guys. We've been looking for that. It's Bitcoin is definitely stabilized within this channel. You guys know that, and I mean within the overall consolidation that it's achieved in the last month. Okay, this is a really kind of unique opportunity to take a look at something that's really behaving well in terms of a consolidation. The volatility is expressed within, I would say just within not within a channel, yes, but within a degree of certainty. I would go there. Within a degree of certainty, the volatility is expressed, so that we're able to essentially have a higher probability of our trades. And I would not take that as financial advice, but I would just say you can understand we're in a channel. You can understand that there's a degree of probability that kind of goes with being in a channel as a matter of fact of the understanding, just as a matter of the very definition of a channel. It's a movement within a confined kind of designated level of support and resistance. So that's very that's crucial, guys. That's something that gives us, as we look at the entirety of the pricing action. It's just something that gives us a lot of I think if we would try and get, I don't want to leg up, I don't want any kind of undue advantage, but just the same, when I bring you guys something that has some really positive price action, I say, well, this might be a great thing. Like Forum is up 100% or so in the last 5 days. I brought that to you last week, about a week ago. Yeah, like I would just say, as sure as I'm able to look at something and say, well, this one's going to have some great price action. Some frustrated and only had trades of maybe 10% at each level, etc. Forum was one that just picked up and really went. If you paid attention to it, and a few of you did. So it was one of those that really, and it may be, it may not be every one. It may be half of them that formulate a 2x or a 3x. That may be the case. But as we're looking at how to trade, we're going to need to capitalize on essentially throughout the entirety of everything, not just on the smaller coins. That may be great practice, guys, as you're looking at taking profits or otherwise, or you're looking at holding on to something, for a period of, a week or something. If we're doing something, to the effect or tune in effect of like Bitcoin, if we're doing that, or even like with Dogecoin or whatever you're involved in, you have to understand, this ability to kind of gauge things in terms of your holding or your let go, your cut loose strategy. It's really crucial. So, we don't recommend, but what I hear you guys saying is just kind of tread lightly, at the top. And that's a good thing. Right now we're getting into kind of a value zone. There is a lower zone. You guys know that there's a lower zone below where we're at right now. And in terms of kind of how Bitcoin has performed, the one thing about Bitcoin is you'll always look at it and it's real consistent in terms of, well, sometimes it underperforms. Well, then more recently it's kind of, it's performed quite well. It's been something that's, I'll tell you, in terms of the movement of it, for everyone here that's focusing on trading, the movement of it is very predictable. Okay, it follows in line. It's in very good conformance with the entirety of the fundamentals of technical analysis, guys. It just really is, and that's important as I look at kind of the group dynamic, because I've been in the side rooms, guys. I've been in the back rooms, and you guys know I put the little smiley face guy on our on forum. Now, as we look at the as I look at the back rooms, you guys know it's just been I've been giving you guys just play by play, and it's been very interesting to watch that work out. But like, I'll bring this up, and as I bring up this specific example, it is of a breakout, right? You see on the right hand side, you'll see the chart diagram pattern. On the left, you'll see kind of the top form function there of a of an ascending triangle, right? So I'm bringing that to you before anything occurs, and then I'm following it up with kind of the confirmation right there, and it's just the next move as it goes to the upside. That's been what I've been doing in that back room. If you guys are not paying attention to that, it's just I've been delivering the 1, 2, 3 punch, 1, 2, 3 punch. And that's just kind of the ordered sequence. Like, where's the setup? What's the pattern identification? How does this fit? Is it going to break? Most likely to the upside or the downside. It's just all these charts are geared towards that. I appreciate Kuda from Germany delivering some looks like some pricing figures. That's really nice. That's really nice to see some pricing figures. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. That's really nice. That's really good to see. I want to take another screenshot of that if you don't mind. That's really good, and I'll put them on my other screen and kind of see how those are working out thus far, to see how the group is using those. And I'm just bringing this up in the side room because not everyone is in the side room, in the chat room, and to the extent that you are, or whatever's going on, I just I would definitely recommend you being a part of this. And I could just continue to scroll, but we're getting right now into the meat of the conversation. Is just like, absolutely. There's another TradingView alert. That's on Doge. Let's see on Doge. So we need to go check out Doge. That's fine. But as we look at these guys, I'm bringing you something before it breaks out, okay? And I'm telling you the chart pattern, etc. Like the chart pattern before it breaks out, and just to kind of teach and kind of understand what is going on, and what it's just once it does break out, like, there you go. It's like the downward sloping channel. You have it on the right hand side, and you have like a positive trade. So I just in terms of that, it's important for me to I guess for everyone and Doge looks like it's potentially trying to break down. Okay, so Doge is breaking down, and that's interesting for us because it seems like Bitcoin broke down before Dogecoin broke down. So we will put that in our memory banks, and we'll tuck that away. I had both those set up for an alert just so we could kind of measure that, because I wanted to see kind of where both of those were. That's real important information. So in terms of their confluence, or their what would you say, their correlation, we definitely want to see their correlation. So let me go back over to Bitcoin and get back in that discussion. But yeah, guys, when I'm delivering you something and it's a pattern, right? I give you a pattern, okay? And the pattern is the pattern which is supposed to go a specific direction, right? I give you the pattern on the left, okay? A wedge formation, right? The wedge formation I give you on the left, and then what happens? Well, within no short time, it starts to break out. You see it on the left, it starts to break out, and then within no time, it's really broken out, and you've closed a positive trade, right? So that's the 1, 2, 3 kind of punch, right? That I don't know how to make things more easier in terms of just a lesson that can be presented. Like, this is a trade, right? This is a trade. Then I send that to you. Then it breaks out. It starts to become a trade. It even sets down in terms of confirmation right on the line, and then it decides to move to the upside. So the diagnostics that you guys do are very important, but booking a positive trade is not difficult, guys. It takes the recognition of the pattern, which you have the book. If you don't have the book, I can't bring you all the information in the book. I can't bring you a full synthesis of that. I mean, I can, but you're not going to know the contingent, B, C, D, and E. You're not going to know the kind of the salvage mechanisms here. You're not going to know the backup, kind of the backup, what would you say, just rationale. You're just not going to know those things. So it's real crucial that you guys all have an understanding, and I know you want one, but that you all do have like an active understanding of how things work. And at some point, you're already doing this, which I will say, this is exciting. I have seen you guys starting to bring the chart formations to other people, to other individuals in the group, and that's very exciting for me to see. So that's that's just beautifully well done, and it's that's one of the more exciting things I can see, and and it looks like that's a really great thing to be able to kind of enjoy. So as we look at, let me see, it looks like Angel has lit up, and I'm not sure that I heard it. Angel, this is really fantastic. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is really really nice. That's really just much appreciated. I'll have to change the banner without a doubt. I do want to let you guys know a big reason I did that last night was because Angel has really supported the community, and I want you guys to know as an absolute fact that like Angel, and I want you to know, that's kind of the level of interaction that I would definitely give to someone that's really engaged with me personally. So I want to let you know, I'm definitely looking forward to delivering more value to you and to the others. And in terms of the community, I want you guys to know, like, I don't take that lightly that someone is willing to support what is going on here, and he sees a lot of value in it. I see a lot of value in his participation and in all of your participation. It's not that just does not go lightly at all. So I really appreciate that. That's from the heart, Angel, and I want you to know that the level of us stepping up will continue to impress people. It'll continue to impress you. So I hope that puts a smile on your face as you continue to impress me. Just expect that you got a brother here in London, and he's going to continue to impress you too. So we appreciate that so much, and it's from the heart. And say hello to everyone at the house. Big salute, and I hope you guys are doing really well. And it's just getting exciting because I know a lot of you have new trade setups, and I mean you have maybe new computers. And look here, it looks like we're coming right into contact with the golden pocket right now. Okay, so this is nice. It looks like a trade could be developing here, right? It looks like we've come into contact. Some people had that level waiting. Right, when I talk about a limit order, it looks like you struck relatively well along the RSI and along the golden pocket. So that's information which on the fly we can definitely put this stuff together, right? It's always I'm going to say there's kind of a multi-prong approach, right? There's a multi-prong approach that I would say goes on. Hey, Smiley, nice to see that. Thank you, Angel. That's nice because it's just going to be as you continue to support, we're just gonna I'm going to continue to impress the heck out of you, and it's going to start online, etc. And then I think it's going to start really looking like that, like really looking like that. And I hope in your account, et cetera. And you'll be like, wow. And I want you to, I want everything to be good like that. So that's, I know that's definitely a strong possibility. I'll say that. So I look forward to that happening. And you guys just make sure and shout out. You should right now shout out, hit the like button. There's 21 people in here. He just gave a $500 donation to the community. Guys, you all benefit from that, whether or not you think you do or not. You definitely do in terms of the energy that I bring to the table in terms of supporting him and you and the whole crew. It's just nice. So we definitely look forward to continuing to impress. We have angel power. That's just it. Like we just do. That's the fact. And it's not for everybody. It's part of what makes it exclusive, part of what makes it unique to our group. So that's really nice. Now, in terms of the level of specificity that we do use, you will notice one thing. We have some real aggressive moves, and I think this is a very important. You're welcome, Angel. God bless you, brother. It's just it's nice to know you, definitely, and looking forward to chit-chatting a little bit. So to talking soon. So the level of specificity is important. A lot of times what you can do, and I'll tell you guys this, if you can zone in, if you can really focus on what I'm about to say, what we are going to discuss right now, we have, say, a level 1 approach, which is going to be, you guys know, first of all, always back up cash, right? You always, when you're trading, you always have to have, when I talk about backup for your backup, you have to have those levels, because this can happen at any point in time. This can, the knuckle can crack, or the straw of the camel's back can kind of break, and it can fall out like this at any point in time. You can see this at any point in time. Literally, if you can think at any point in time, it could barrel down. One person could make a huge move in the market, which is completely out of the ordinary, and we would be able to predict it. I'll say this: there would be orders waiting. That's the thing. There would be orders waiting, and they would probably be calculated at some point if they weren't waiting. because it's part of a growth cycle. So, it would probably be calculated if they were not waiting there. Okay, and that's an important part of kind of the security of a market. I won't get into too much of that, but that is, nonetheless, that's that's an important dynamic to understand therein. So, now typically we would want to draw the Fibonacci's, and let's talk about the three-prong approach first of all. First, we might go to, we might go to like the easiest thing to do is what we've been doing in terms of a technical chart. Okay, now you guys know principles of technical analysis of the financial market. John J. Murphy, principle. It's the New York Institute of Finance, right? That is the book. I have the copy right here. That's the book, guys. John J. Murphy, Principles of Technical Analysis. That is the key. And I'm saying it's not an opinion, guys. This is kind of like the go-to book for Wall Street. So, and I know that from people that I know that have used it, that have been kind of the go-to guys on Wall Street. That's just it. So, they've been my neighbors, they've been my friends, they've been some good people. So in terms of that, just understand that the chart formations that are in that book are going to help you identify profit opportunities or profit potential, right? That's the key as we look at, one of the first things that we look at something, everything has a pattern to it, like everything. That's the key is like, all of the pricing is represented in the form of a pattern. Okay, we have a visual, we have a pattern. Okay, this is a specific pattern. For those who recognize this specific pattern, there's no mystery to this, not at all. Okay, for people who don't recognize what pattern this is, you're quickly going to go to a state of confusion or just kind of inability to really kind of decipher or sift through when anyone tells you, well, what it really is. That's the next problem. Not that you just don't recognize it, but your difficulty in determining what the truth is or not in terms of anyone who's going to tell you what it's supposed to be, right, or what it really is, and you need to really listen, right? That is going to be the biggest problem, is other people telling you what this is, okay, when you don't know. Now, the tools exist to allow you to know. That's the good thing. There are tools that exist to allow you to know, to where it's not my opinion. It's not the other guy's opinion. And I'll just tell you guys, there's not another channel anywhere that has sat there and told people to maintain heavy cash reserves. There's not one. But there will be 200 people that will come in and out this door at some point tonight and decide they don't want to be here. They just don't need to be here. They need to go to listen to something else or this or that. Well, they just like the opinion or, whatever they want to do, guys. Whatever's entertaining, there's not another group anywhere at all. So in terms of if you want to start somewhere, okay, if you want to start somewhere with the one guy who's been here saying, yeah, towards the top, etc., maintain your heavy cash reserves. Why? So you don't lose 50% of your holdings. Okay, that guy's going to tell you there's a book, and in the book, there's a lot of information. Okay, and I know it's a big book. I know it's a lot of reading, but guys, you can spend, 6 months off and on going through it, right? You have time, in between. If you just, you could say, okay, fine, I'm going to spend 6 months reading a book when someone can tell me the answer. The problem is they're not telling you the answer. Okay, you can go to whatever other channel you want to. You can go anywhere you want. And I don't just plug the channel ad nauseum, but I'm the only channel that I know of that's gotten this right. And I'm talking about the top of the market. I'm talking about telling people, this is crypto. It's hugely volatile, okay? And I'm serious as a heart attack in terms of this. Like, I'm serious, guys, right? In terms of this, me having told people consistently since the top of the market, consistently, right? Maintain your cash reserves, heavy, double and triple down. You guys know the equation I was using. I mean, it was putting an incredible amount of resources towards the bottom. No one else has done that. Everyone else is doing what? Well, everyone else, and I couple that with this discussion because everyone else is trying to get a grip on this book, right? Your book, your resource materials. Everyone else is trying to get a grip on it, right? And I'll say trying to get a grip on it because they're throwing in so many other ideas with it that are just non-institutionally recognized, non-accepted. In which, some of the ideas they're throwing in are really, uniquely applied to the stock market. And you guys need to understand there are differences between the stock market and the cryptocurrency market. There are big differences between the stock market and the cryptocurrency market. Okay? Stocks, I had a discussion with a relatively important office, et cetera, in Texas a few days ago. They were talking about with me that cryptocurrencies are not considered a security. right? If you look back at the history of the stock market, guys, the history of the stock market, there were years when it behaved a lot like the pricing that crypto is going through. Believe it or not, if you look back into the NASDAQ, look back into the S&P 500, you had years where you had, a huge 50 or, say down to your 61.8 or 65th percentile, or even down to your 78% retracement. For the NASDAQ, wow. Yeah, when the NASDAQ first started out, it had a few pricing cycles where the entirety of it got completely taken out. Okay? Now, that's more in line with the underdeveloped. I'd say that's a notion that we look at kind of the underdeveloped, maybe even the foundation or et cetera. You can look at the history of, it's very interesting to look at the history of the stock market in terms of the development, et cetera, and what really occurred that took away some of those dramatic cycles, because this was very indicative of the stock market for years, up and through to the 50s, if you guys have looked at that. And I don't want to just go through a history lesson, but it's very important that we understand that, right? It's important that we understand that crypto is different than stocks, right? Yeah, the entirety of the notion that we'll just invest in crypto for 10 years and you're going to make money, right? That's what people know in stocks, right? Yeah, people understand that. They believe that in stocks. That's part of, that's part of the baseline theory of the stock market is, well, over time we're going to make money. That's not necessarily true of, and you can make the argument for crypto, et cetera. But, in 2016 or 17, was it, let's say 2018, and I'm going to bring this up, and this is not to scare anyone. It's just, a matter of, what would we probably say, full disclosure maybe even. But if, I'm not really selling this stuff, so I don't need to fully disclose anything. But just in terms of being complete, right, I would want to bring up the fact that in 2018, just so we understand it, in 2018, the price went down. In December, the price of Bitcoin went down to $3,000, right? About $3,000. We can look up the exact amount. All right, so that was after it had gotten up past 18,000. Okay, it went down from 18,000 to 3,160 thereabouts. Okay, so that's a big deal. Now that was in 2018. Now in 2020, 2 years later, okay, the price went down to about 4,000. Okay, so it went down to almost about 3,500 to 4,000 again. So that's a complete recapitulation of the price action of Bitcoin. Now, that can be played to your positive. I mean, that's something that could be viewed as very positive. But as we look at this huge spike in price, we have to understand that the dynamics that are in play, yes, right now, we're looking at a 10-year kind of, annualized return that's very positive. Like, that's nice. We appreciate that. But I have to also say that, there are moments in here where the pricing gets a little difficult to justify in terms of giving big board of directors meetings and saying, I'll say on the aggregate or the moving averages, et cetera. You're going to get there on the moving averages when you start to move the averages along. And there's a reason they call them moving averages instead of like simple averages. But so you're going to get past that kind of the quagmire of, well, we have two instances where we broke below 4,000 since 2018. Right, so that's a big deal, guys. That sets the crypto market apart from the stock market, right? We don't have like the Dow Industrial, average or the Nasdaq Composite. We don't have those just barreling down to close to, just flatlining for a moment. We don't really have that, and that's tolerated. I'll say one thing: it's tolerated within the crypto market, okay? And the toleration of it, the fact that it can exist and they allow that to exist is something we need to appreciate, okay? Because we're investors, or, if you want to call it investors, they're not securities, but we like to hold, or we like to trade, we engage in trading crypto, right? So the fact that they permit, that they allow this animal of the crypto market to crashed down to, say, 4,000 twice, okay, since 2018. In 2018 it did it, then in 2020 it did it. The fact that the regulators, number one, they just kind of permit that. Guys, since that's permitted, since there's that level of volatility, like we need to, and I do, establish a framework and a strategy for saying, okay, so there's an extreme amount of volatility. Most people are on this hype train, and the guys that are here now are just, I don't know. It says a lot about some staying power that people are still looking for the hype and everything else. I wonder if they're really investors, or I wonder if they really have positions. A lot of these people, I don't know what really goes on with them, but it's a lot to go through when people have lost like 70 or 80% of the money who didn't have any real backup, and that's the real thing I would say. Who didn't have backup? Wow. That's unfortunate. That's a miserable. I would imagine that to be a miserable state. So I don't think we're going to communicate real well with them. We may not be a beacon of hope to now say, "Hey, we told you so." I don't bring that up to say to anyone, "We told you so." I bring it up because it's important for us to think about. Also, I would say that this one fact is when we're told something, we can be told that thing and agree with it 1,000 times. Literally, in our heart of hearts, we can agree with something. Hey, Behind, how are you? So we can agree with something and agree with it and never do anything about it. And we can sit there and understand, and we can have a discussion or a stream. We can talk about the volatility of Bitcoin. We can talk about, DOGE or Elon. We can talk about whatever it is, strategy. We can sit there and, yes, we need to have cash reserves. And then we can listen to it 1,000 times and never do anything. Never do anything at all, and continue to feel really great while we're listening to it. And when we talk about, well, that's just the market psychology. Well, in terms of like behavioral analytics and things like that, we have to look at the fact we are used to hearing the answer all the time in different kind of arenas, right? Absolutely. It's the people who put that into practice. Like if there's a cheat sheet going around, right? If you were to have like a cheat sheet, well, I have a cardboard thing here or something. I'm going to go ahead and write down 5 things on here that are really important, and I'm going to make sure I do them, right? Like maintain heavy cash reserves, period. Because you're always going to flip over into, yeah, but right now is different. That's where the psychology of the market, guys, becomes the psychology of you or me or whoever else would not want to really listen to reason. And that's where it becomes something that we could say something positive to someone 1,000 times and them never listen to it. Maintain cash reserves. And that's not me managing an investment decision. That's me saying, well, heck, Bitcoin has gone to 3,500 to 4,000 twice since 2018. Twice? Wow. That's a lot of volatility. That's a lot of potential for profits. Given the fact that right now from, let's say, 5,000 to, 35,000, that's 7 times your money. So the fact that that's permitted, and I bring this up, the fact that that is permitted, shout out to Josh, hey brother, the fact that they permit that, and Jay, and I mean that, okay, with no like I wouldn't say with any type of that's not off the cuff, or that's not passively aggressive, or that's not critical at all. I believe personally, if you can handle the volatility of the crypto market is the way to go. If you can handle it, a lot of people can't handle it, guys. You are amongst the very small fraction of people. If you're able to, I just say, write things down, kind of what are the bullet points? Okay, these are the key chart patterns. This is the step 1, 2, 3. This is what we do. This is the great exchange, or that is. Whatever that cheat sheet is, whatever those answers are, if you're able to do them and actually make changes in your account after you've determined you agree with them, you make calculations, and you actually do something, you're going to be the 1%. Okay, of people who can win at this game, period. Right? I already see people like in the side rooms, in the exclusive DM chat, day trader zone, etc. I see you guys interacting, and you're just on the cusp. It's not going to take too much longer. And I just tell you, once you start rolling into positive trades, I'll tell you guys, you can start with $100. You can turn it into 1,000. You can turn 1,000 into 10. You can turn 10,000 into 100. Okay, you can turn 100 into $1 million. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, people have done it. You can do it. There can be a goal of yours to achieve that or something else. You don't have to get involved in trading that heavily. But you guys like the market, and you're able to listen. Sometimes I still get from some of you, though, I know, and right when you get into that, well, I know. And all anyone has to do is look at the top right now. Angel has been around since Matic, and he's the one guy who everybody's looking at who is supporting the whole community. And the one distinguishing, he's got a lot of distinguishing factors. All of you do. He was able to hit the button and sell. Everyone else held on. Everyone else knew the answer. They knew they needed those reserves. They knew, well, that's the right strategy. Yes, but, and guys, he's the one guy on top. And while I'm saying this example, because a lot of this is not just like it's not talk. I don't mean this, just as when I talk about the market, the history of the market. When I talk about the volatility, when I say things in kind of a couch tone, I want you to think about things in terms of the fact that that's allowed, right? The fact that that is currently permitted. It represents a huge opportunity for us in terms of the volatility of the market. I say that because there would be a great argument that it's too much volatility, right? I think that could definitely happen. There's too much volatility, okay? We're prepared for the circumstance that could occur, right? We're prepared for whatever could occur, however that could go on. We're prepared for that, right? And that's the idea. But I want you to also think about like what most people cannot, and it's not, guys, don't go there. Don't let your heart or your soul or anything about you get to that level where, because you're getting, kind of like a Shark Tank or something, you're developing kind of a mentality and ability to trade. Don't ever, okay? Don't ever let the whole, we have to kind of save the market and everybody in it, and we're not supposed to be profiting. No, guys. Understand, because you're going to be real aggressive on the top of things, closing trades. You're going to be doing better and better, right, as you start to trade more. The more you start to book trades, you're going to start to do better financially. I would imagine. I think it's going to be difficult for you not to do better if you consistently book positive trades, okay? And as you become that outlier, and I'll say, if you couple that with the technical analysis, if you can couple that with potentially, if you guys, all the trappings of success, they kind of start work. They kind of start. Maybe they start and end with hard work. The trappings of success. Like what are the key hallmarks of success? Excuse me, easy for me to say. Hard work is probably the key ingredient. Therewith, I would say definitely therewith, guys, is the kind of an implementation strategy. How are you tactically and operationally going to achieve this? It's very important, and I want you guys to understand you can write things down, and make sure they get done. One of the best times of the day, I don't care if it's one page, just one page, you can read top to bottom one page in the book. That's it. One page. Just one. And I guarantee you, if you read one page in the book, okay, I guarantee you'll learn something. I say that all the time. I learn something. Every time I'll just pick it back up and I'm like, I need to refresh my memory on something. And a lot of this it just opens right up. Like for me, I'll get back into candlestick patterns, right? I'll get back into, something like that. And I may have preferences in terms of what I prefer to listen to, or what I prefer to, I'm sorry, if you guys are listening to the book, you can listen to 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But I may have preferences in terms of what the content is. Some of the content I don't want to, maybe handle because, like candlesticks, Murphy didn't write it. And it's not this, I want you guys to know, none of this is like this, cult warfare, radical idea. London has gone off the train, and let's get a double-decker bus and ride it around the country with John J. Murphy and the New York Institute of Finance. Not at all, okay? I just know that's what Wall Street uses, okay? I just know for a fact that that's what they use. So it's like crucial information, right? I couldn't, while people hop, skip, and a jump in and out of this room, I couldn't care if they don't want to know what the inside guys and the top dudes at Wall Street are doing to outperform the rest of the street, the rest of the town, of the country, of everything. Like some of the guys I've known, they didn't just beat like their office. No, they beat like, pretty much everybody in New York, everybody in the country, and they were like at the top of kind of, the worldwide, like, bond performance in terms of trading bonds. Yeah, so, yeah, if that's not going to connect with everybody. A lot of the stuff that I'm saying here, it's not like a weird, uh, excuse me, it's not some weird over reliance on something else. No, you guys are spending your time, your money, your effort, everything else on the market. Yeah, you've got to get into and dig into what's right, and you need to know the more time you spend with something like technical analysis, you can kind of see it in the back rooms, et cetera, what we're doing when I bring you something up, and I'm like, check out this pattern, and then what happens? Bam, and you're in the money real quickly. But the nuances, when I talk about, when I bring these things up in terms of like the checklist you guys put together, you got to stick to it. You got to stick to it. When I talk about you need a breakout, you need a confirmation, and you need some momentum to push you to the upside. It's not easy, but it's required to achieve the highest probability trade. And if you don't achieve the highest probability trade, you're going to lose money. Even if you achieve the highest probability trade, you're going to get stuck, period. And you're going to have to make some judgment calls here and there, which is why you're never overexposed. From what I hear from you guys, right? You're never overexposed financially, period, ever, right? So even when you do everything methodically correct, so give yourself, you're going to get trapped into a trade. Something's going to happen and someone just dumped out what is this? Honestly, it was not easy to sell, right? Angel, the upside has no ceiling. That's right. But if you don't hit that button and sell, how are you going to double, triple down after retracements? It's just beautiful. The whole thing is beautiful. That's the truth. People can't receive that. So it's just an odd, and you guys could probably write a book right now because you're in the know. You understand what's going on. And it's just, you see everybody else in the market and it's just, no one is discussing any tangible kind of idea. It's like there's this ongoing continual recruitment program for people to just invest. That's it. It's like, well, the market's down because most people are out of money, right? Very few people have cash reserves, and the people with real cash reserves right now, it's kind of been stagnant at this level. Why? At the top it was, well, no one has that much more money to invest that's going to invest. Now it's like, well, we're right here. We're kind of waiting to invest. I'd say some more. It's held relatively well, right? We're at a specific level, and the big guys that I know in and around this level of consolidation right now, they have this. They've probably doubled some cash into it. They're holding some levels, but there's some real cash at these lower levels, like real heavy cash at the lower levels. And that's what's exciting because those are the big guys. Those are like the whales. And that's what you guys are doing. So you're thinking in line with that top level of investor. And that makes it really, really nice to be able to be around you guys. I have to honestly say that. I really appreciate the group very much. And I just hope, whatever that checklist is for you, whatever it is, okay, on the breakout of a technical pattern, we need the breakout, we need the confirmation, and we need kind of the momentum move past that intermittent high, right? So we can cover that real quickly. In terms of how everything is put together, you just need to understand, like there are a few nuances. Most of it is just in the book, and I know it's in between life and everything else. It may just be easier to be like, London, that's why we got you. We're kind of hanging out. That's okay. It's no problem. We're going to learn what we got to learn right now, right? Let me go through this real quickly and see if I can bring this up. And I'm happy to help. I don't know how intense. And I'll tell you guys, it's a big deal to what would we say, to really dig into the market full time. I get that. It just is. So as we would look at something like the bull flag, I just want to cover, and no matter how detailed or what time frame you're on, like let's go into the classical bull flag, a run up, right? We need a vertical movement, okay? It can be straight up. It can be. Typically it's going to have, the better the velocity, okay, the better the vertical move, the better, guys. That's just going to prove that you're in a real And it'd probably be better to have it somewhat angled. I'll say that because you can just capitulate onto it, and that can be a little difficult to trade sometimes. You don't want to get too parabolic, too much energy to the upside that just wants to necessarily collapse. So maybe we do want a little bit of structure to it. Why don't we just look at this? Okay, this is a decent example. It's not straight up. It's got a good run to it. This is in the beginning of the kind of the run that Bitcoin went on from 17.9 up to 40. Guys, that was in January. I remember that very well. I don't know if you guys recall that, but in January of this year, it went to 40. And that's when I think JP Morgan came out and said, I don't think we're ever, I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin never gets past 40 again. Now, he said that. That was JP Morgan that went on the line saying that. Now, why? Why? This is the most interesting thing we've talked about so far. JP Morgan went on the record when it hit 40 in January and said what? He said, we wouldn't be surprised if it never gets past this point again. You guys, please pay close attention to the content and what I'm showing you on the screen. Okay? JP Morgan had looked at things from an analytical standpoint, I would imagine. I truly believe, guys, from an analytical standpoint, and they felt that this was in a wave pattern formation. Okay, look at the wave on the screen. You see that? Yes. They felt that this was in a wave pattern formation that was not going to do this wave pattern formation. So they did the analytics, one of the top shops on the street, top shops in the world. JP Morgan did the analytics on Bitcoin in January. And they said, so you think you're going to be right at your computer the whole time? You think you're going to be 100, just bang up on, we're going to be on it. We're going to be the next Michael Jordan in Wall Street, right? Next Wolf of Wall Street, whatever it is. Just understand, JP Morgan, like principal directors, board of directors, everybody, came to the conclusion that this may have in all likelihood achieved the maximization of its wave, guys, of its Elliott wave, essentially. So just understand that JP Morgan can get it wrong like that. They have got all the facilities. They have floors and buildings, right? They have like assets in the form of what would you call it? Human resources. Like they have significant kind of prowess in the field. So for them to get this wrong, that's a big deal. It should give you a little bit of comfort as we're trying to talk about like trading. And you guys are getting into trading. You need to understand the guy went on CNBC and live worldwide TV talking about JP Morgan's official position was when it hit 40, it may never do it again, quote unquote. We don't think it's going to get back there again. What did it do? It went up to, it pushed way beyond that. What got it past that? What got it past that? A bull flag. All right. So as we look at a classic bull flag, okay, it's got some indicators here. It's going to have a run up, a vertical run up. It's going to have a line of resistance, which is established, and a line of support that's established. And the pricing is going to essentially, I just drew those out to give the framework. It's going to go up to a maximum. Then it's going to drop down. Okay? It's going to confine itself somehow within a diagonal channel. Okay? Two parallel lines are best. And that channel is going to be, it's going to slope against, just understand, it's going to slope against, run against the trend. This is the trend up. It's going to be sloping down. All right, it's going to make like a mountain, right? Essentially, it makes a mountain. So, and what it's going to do, when you guys trade any of these, you're going to wait for the breakout through this resistance. It's resistance because the price can't get through it, right? Correct. So when you get through this and you break out, what will happen is the market maker will sit here like this, and he will try and get you to invest, and you will think about investing. But you here will know most likely, okay, probably I'd say within a great degree of probability, he's just doing that so that he can literally go back right in here and kind of set down. Let's say he'd set down right in there. Oh, okay. So all of this up here was just him getting people's attention. All he's doing is getting your attention, right? Now he's up here, and then he's even going to push back down into the flag. He's going to push back all the way back into, oh, this might not work. All of the emotion that you're going to have as you watch something like that live is, oh, no, well, maybe it won't work. No, guys, it's scripted. It's scripted. Imagine it's a little movie you're watching, and all of this moving around to the price action, everything else you're going to see. No, it goes straight down, and oh, wow, it actually, yeah, it did. It caught right on there. Sure did. Now, when this procedure gets messed up, and well, then there's another one. Oh, there's another one. That's when your fingers will want to start typing and doing things while you know there's a better idea, which is not to become involved. Okay? For some reason, you'll just start to behave some other way. Some people will, and say, well, no, it's still going to go up. When you have to say, no, it's still going to go up, no, that's okay, because when he gets up here, okay, if it comes back down like this and wants to do this, guys, if you have one of these instances with a failed confirmation, I'm going to tell you that your likelihood of a clean trade will probably decrease by, what would you say, like at least 20%? At least 20% on each one of these, maybe? Yeah, each unclean. The breakout's pretty easy to get. The setup, the breakout, some degree of a confirmation. You're going to drop your chances of success by 20%. I'm gonna say, based on empirical studies I've done, guys, just empirical work I've done kind of here just in the channel the last, let's say, 6 months. Okay, empirically speaking, that's just data driven. Okay, 20% per one of these. So it's 20%, then 20% less, then 20% less, and it's still gonna get you right in here, and it's the setup right in here, because now it's really going. Whoops. Okay. When you frustrate from, or when you deviate from the plan, guys, when you deviate from the rules, you're going to get burned. All right? This is a huge, huge bull flag here. This is the chart. This is the daily chart on the daily. The daily has a bull flag for Bitcoin. The daily confirmed. The daily moved to the upside. And it moved to the upside exactly when they say flags fly at half mast, right? Flags fly at half mast, and we just parked that right on top. Look at that, guys. It's textbook. When I mean textbook, it's textbook. The rest of all of this has been so textbook, it's not even funny. So, and to credit to JP Morgan, when he said he didn't think it'd ever get to $40,000 again, when this happened right here, he probably completely changed his story, just so you know. He said that earlier on, around the peak, around this phase. He didn't know it was going to form a bull flag, okay? We're way past that now. We're not in a bull flag situation right now. We have bear flags going on. There's a bull flag, okay, slanting down. Bear flags slant up. Any channel, any diagonal channel that is slanting down or sloping down is going to be bullish in nature. Anything slanting down is going to be bullish. It's going to want to break to the upside, believe it or not. Anything that's slanting up is going to want to break to the downside, right? So these are bear flags. And you guys saw some of this, but these channels that are essentially going to be running up here, they're going to want to break down. So that's just important for you guys to understand the dynamics of the technical analysis. Excuse me. And yeah, so that's important. We've been through the top scenario. We'll go through things like Elliott waves. We'll go through things like zigzags. We'll go through all that good stuff when you guys get a little bit more plugged into how you want to operate. The key right now is as you're booking trades, set a goal for yourself. Set a goal for yourself. So I'm going to work with this amount of cash. I'm going to do this and that, and I want to turn this amount of cash into something else. If you want to turn $100 into $200, I think that'd be a great idea before you say, well, I'm going to try and turn $5,000 into $10,000. Now, you've already done that, a lot of you. Okay, that's been easy. You've been investing for a while, right? That's fine. Before you really start cranking, and some of you you've been cranking for a long time. So, but those of you who haven't, and I think you'd agree as well, huh? Why don't you try it? 'Cause, I mean, it should be real easy, right? Because the pressure's going to be on at $5,000, or it may not be on. Was the problem? You know, if you have this mindset that you want to just roll with it, and I'll throw 5 to 10 or 25 or 50 or 100 or 200, whatever it is, I'm going to start rolling like that. You know, it's like if you got the backup, you got the backup. Yeah, if you got the backup, you got the backup. If you're able to, if you're able or willing to really do that, that's fine. I just don't see that if there's the odds of your success, if you really throw it at that hard, if you really throw it at, kind of that hard to kind of within that risk dynamic or that risk reward ratio, you're going to be at a relatively high threshold of in terms of willingness to you're gonna be willing to encounter some risk to double it. Okay, we want to lower that as much as possible. The risk that you're going to encounter is that you don't know fully how to trade everything yet. That's the risk. It's like, no, believe it or not, that's not a bad thing at all. That's like me going, I don't know, me going. I'm trying to think of something like some extreme sport or something. I'm just not prepared for that. Maybe I'm not trained for that. It's not I can't do it. I may just need to be exposed to kind of the rationale behind it. So let's take a look at what's going on here. Let's look here. Let's see, 7, 8, and 8. So it's heading down pretty well. That's okay. Let's see what and DOGE is kind of heading down too. That's all right. So things are getting a little bit red, which is good. I don't mind things getting red. Now, looking at the entirety of the space again, just realize we are in, as I talked about, the bull flags, right? We're in what's wound up being, kind of I'd say another bear flag. They're supposed to. People ask my commentary or my opinion on Wyckoff. I want to let you guys know it's not necessarily standardized. They've turned his materials into kind of people don't talk about this, kind of like the hot stock club, and he's just not. Whatever the foundation, et cetera, is that really manages his theories, it's just kind of like a hot stock club. It's kind of like the Motley Fools. You can go that route if you guys want to go with Wyckoff. I don't like it. Why? Because you're never taught one of the premises that you're going to have to really beat and reestablish. It seems to be founded upon the premise there's going to be kind of a hidden, conquered, bearish formation somewhere in there. Okay? It doesn't rely upon the principles of technical analysis that you're going to have. In my opinion, Wyckoff is wrong because where you're going to have a solid representation of a real technically strong formation that could, in and of itself, could stand alone. Because if his opinion does not have kind of the standalone or even the confluence, and I don't even see the confluence or the aggregate, the opinion that, well, see, this is why technically, this is why this is accurate. This is why he's accurate technically. See, with Wyckoff, it's this completely different idea that you have to try and hunt around and this and that. And you say, well, actually, he's beating what he's doing, he's reestablishing a trend off beating a bull, or no, it's actually a bear flag. Okay, he's beating a bear flag and reestablishing a trend. Okay, but there's no real triple bottom. Okay, that's standard MO in terms of reversing something, triple bottom. Okay, he's forgotten that. No one's going to learn anything about that, which would help them trade all the time and make money all the time. So that's kind of misleading. I don't like that. There's no mention at all of like maybe an ascending triangle, right? Which can serve, and we can kind of look at the what's going on here. Maybe kind of like a triple bottom, close. It's not a triple bottom. You want the prices at the same level. Okay. You have those on the bottom. You can have these on the top, right? You can have a triple bottom. You can have also on the top. You can have a triple top. That's an idea that's fundamentally institutionally recognized. Period. In terms of what can represent the bottom of a market. Period. Right? Not this other stuff that people aren't even going to learn about the technicals at all. Like that's not entertaining to me when people get sidetracked and they don't understand it. It's an excuse for them not to learn real technical analysis. No, thank you. In terms of the let's move this over. But in terms of like the ascending triangle, right? That is something which just manifested itself recently. That was a really exciting thing to have kind of popped up. Huh? We were really excited about it. I remain somewhat excited about it. I'll just say that because it's a standard. I'd say institutionally, it is, and I don't want to overplay it. Let me say that. I'm going to try and guard my words closely. But it's institutionally accepted and regarded as something which can serve as a market bottom. Period. This right here is institutionally recognized as something which can serve as a market bottom. Period. That's pretty cool. That's nice. We like that. Institutionally, they have agreed that this can serve as a market bottom. So that's important for us. We want to discuss that instead of some, kind of, it's catchy, right? Wyckoff. Well, the Wyckoff, I mean, no. And unfortunately, it's kind of like, well, Einstein's theory of relativity, it kind of sounds real nice too. Can you explain that at all? No, not really. Can any of you really explain what's going on in Wyckoff? And I mean really explain it. You know his background. You know who he studied with and around and how he developed his thought. No. That's okay. If you don't understand that and if we can't plug the technicals into it, I'm out. For good, I'm out. Right? Because there's a lot of motley stock check and stuff like that. I have a real high regard for the materials that we use and institutionally from Harvard Business School to Duke Business School to Stanford, etc. Yeah, I know some of the materials that they use. Okay, so that's what I'm going to focus on. And it's not that you can't study Wyckoff. He's an individual, but I just disagree with the framework because I don't think you're going to learn anything. So that's real important. So we can kind of zoom in. If you're looking at kind of day trading right now, it's kind of hung up on a few levels. That's fine. As we're looking at this right here, we may have a strong trade area right here. That may be really nice. We may have a strong trade area in between here and there. The show has been interesting. I'm just going to say the whole show in terms of people trading. In terms of trading, I've spent a lot of time trading over the last few days. Just been killing it. Just clicking along. If I want to do 10 or 20, a day, I can do 10 or 20. You guys can too. Positive trades. You guys can too. But you need to deploy a few basic rules, which if you listen to right now, it'll increase your odds. And if you don't do it, you'll lose. All right? If you get into a trade, don't get into a micro trade. Listen, write this down. Don't get into a micro trade when you have to go do something else. Do not do it. Don't do it. I'm going to tell you, you got to go eat lunch. Don't do it. Yeah, but now I really have to eat. Now you're going to trade. You're going to book a negative trade. You're going to be there to catch it. You're going to set a stop. What are you going to do? Sometimes maybe you set a stop. Let me just say, unless you have the ability and you've planned out to sit there and to work and watch and plug and play and this and that, unless you're going to work on your trades, just don't even pretend. Why would you do that? You're going to lose money. Or I don't know. I mean, you can set things up on a stop. You're just going to notice your stop loss is going to get creamed a lot of times. and that's okay too. If you guys, you're going to take your 5%, you're going to take this and that, you're going to take your hit. That's all right. That's a lifestyle decision you guys take, and I appreciate that if and when you guys are more focused on the lifestyle. Yeah, that's actually, I think that's nice. I don't have to think that. That just is nice. If you're focused on your lifestyle choices, you may just be focused on enjoying the market. Yeah, I guess I get wound up a little bit about the crypto market because it's just really intriguing right now. The possibilities for gains are just astronomical. I think we'll look back on this in years to come, and we'll be amazed that we were part of it now, and learning so much now, because it just represents that type of an opportunity, in my opinion. That's my opinion. So I think we'll look back in years to come and say, wow, we were part of the market when it was really growing. And I think it's going to be a really good thing that we were. So I wouldn't be involved otherwise. Now I think it's it represents that dynamic to people. So I think it represents it to you and to me. So that's phenomenal. And breaking out of this was difficult, okay, because it just stopped. And then we really didn't get that nice plant here, because that would have been the real nice confirmation and absolute just trajectory up that we all wanted. It's just the cash wasn't there. So the big guys with cash right now, okay, right now at least, are down in this area. They're down in the golden pocket. They are not willing to deploy heavy cash up at this level. If the aggregate were, we would see some major, kind of continuation of pricing here. So this has been the channel here, this channel that's been defined, this bear flag, okay, can still represent the triangulation if we get on up and out of here again, all right? And there's a few moves it can make to kind of reinforce it. It's just as we look at the possibility, and the last thing we want to do is immediately fall back on the fact that, well, it's kind of exhibiting what it's exhibiting. And let me say this, it's retraced. We know that. Matter of fact, it's retraced. What does that mean? It didn't have to. We had a bullish formation here, right? We had a bullish trade here. Boom. It was a fun trade. We traded it, right? Here. Boom. We traded it. It was nice. This, we cut, we're out, right? Multiple trades in here. A lot of fun. Up, Bitcoin's down 2-3%, or up 10, 15, 20%, right? Just trading, having a good time, enjoying. So on this didn't have to occur. So this is a problem right now. It's a problem with this being a reversal. And that is going to dictate. I asked a friend of mine a couple of days ago. I asked him, like, with all your accounts, where are you? Because I think he's got some real holdings. And I said, where are you in terms of your ability to move between the accounts, to go to cash if you need to, etc. Because the lower level exists. The lower level exists. Some of your other coins are already around the 78%. They've rebounded up, say, 50% since then. But on that 50% rebound, if you want to lose 50%, you're going to be lower, right? If you, let's say you were at 100, you got to $100, and you went up to 150, and you're down from wherever, 1,000, right? You went to 100. Well, okay, well, you're up to 150, but then you lost 50. Oh, well, now you're 50%. Now you're down to 75. So, yeah, you can always lose what you just got, and it's going to put you at a lower price than a lower value than where you would kind of rationally kind of understand, well, but we just made 50%. Well, yeah, you can just lose 50%, and you'll be further back than where you were. That's not popular talk. It's not intended to be popular talk. Okay? A lot of people are investing for value now. They believe in the long term. I am one of the guys who talks about this at the top being a great time to put your cash down here below. Me personally, cash, heavy cash below during this area. Believe it or not, heavy cash. Believe it or not, involved. Yeah, I mean, hello, we're good. A lot of fun, having a great time. Making cash on the way up with what? With heavy cash reserves here. Even while I'm making cash on the run up. Even while I'm making cash on the run up. heavy cash reserves. Period. No question. No, oh, but this one's none of that. None of it. This is a different one. This one, none of that. Whenever I get into same thing on your guys, same philosophy has to apply on, well, we're doing a micro trade. It doesn't really, this one doesn't exactly match up, but let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and do this one. I haven't done a trade in say 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours or a day. I know I should. I'm going to go ahead. No. You don't enter into a trade that you don't think that you have a high degree of probability on. I don't care, but that's the whole. I really don't. I should say I wouldn't really care what the excuse would be. You see the bull flag? You see the breakdown from the bull flag? All right, this is what we went over. Breakdown from a bull flag, essentially a consolidation, just like a bear flag. I'm sorry, this is the bear flag. That's the bull. Pardon me. It's me thinking of my options the wrong way. Excuse me. I may be a little bit tired. If I am, that's okay. A little congested. We just went through bear flags for the first time. They can come in the form, just so you know, of DOGE is breaking down as well. You can come in the form any kind of triangulation that you're going to run into. Now we can get into options, guys. You'll start flipping around your supports and resistances. I promise. When you're dealing with options, try not to let it affect your life too much. But when you're discussing things, you'll start talking about your supports being your resistance and your resistance being your support, like in your sleep. So when you start reversing all those things, I'll know you're probably dealing with options, and you'll probably laugh amongst each other. You'll be like, oh, so if you start getting things backwards, it's probably because you're dealing with options. So there are a few books or a few chapters in the book. I would definitely recommend you guys reading those, even though you feel like you shouldn't, even though you feel like you don't need to. Read those chapters on options, on futures. Read through the language so you can understand the value going lower. If you can't understand the value going lower or want things to go lower, if you can't get through that to where you feel like, yes, we're making more money as it goes down, then you're going to have a tough time in the market overall. You're just going to have a tough time because you're always going to want it to go up. When this goes down, I'm fine with this going down. Like that's a good thing. The entirety of the time, I like to make money when things are down. I love to make money when things are up as well, and they want to go further up. I have no problem with that. But to be able to take advantage of things when they're going down, that's that's the pinnacle of I'm gonna say that's kind of the pinnacle of the game. If you can get through to understanding that you want to lean into things when they go down, that's kind of the key. So just focus on that. You guys will enjoy that. Now we would be not hard pressed to find a trade in here. The threshold, the tolerance, etc., as we would get into some micro trade like this, because this is what we would get into. Like I would say right, an ascending triangle, right? Which faked people out on the upside, believe it or not. Now, whoever just got into this right here, and the problem was he was probably all over here doing all kind. Can you guys please recognize this? We just went through the example. He's going to be all up here doing this and everything else. Literally, he had some people thinking this was going to be what? This was going to be some W formation, some sort of pattern that was going to be achieved here. And he was probably sitting here dancing with his with the price action. The program was dancing around the price, right? And that is going to be a circumstance where you're going to get taken to the cleaners unless you achieve the standard, guys. The standard's going to be the retouch along this, and now it's going to be a level of resistance still. It's still resistance turned into support and move to the upside. Unless you get that dynamic involved, you will lose your shorts. And Angel coming back in town. Love this, huh? Thank you so much, Angel. You are just a blessing to everybody. And Angel is a big reason why we've done a lot of trades in the back. And hey. Well, that's exciting. That's like super exciting, isn't it? I'd say so. I think everyone could say so. Give Angel a big shout out. We have Angel Power. Angel, thank you. That's exciting, huh? That wakes me up. That's nice. That's really great. That's what a guy. What a great guy. Angel, we're gonna have a continued a lot of. Well, there he goes again. He is blasting through his super chats. I think he finds some value in what's going on, and I find a lot of value in him. Thank you, Angel. It's nice to see you slamming through the crowd and making your entry, making yourself known. I mean, beyond that, you're Angel Power. Angel's cool. I mean, the whole idea of kind of angelic power. So it's nice to know you, and we got Angel Power now, as a matter of fact, in the kingdom, in the crypto kingdom. So it's nice. Angel slamming through with multiple super chats. You're exiting the kingdom is exciting or exiting? I think exciting. I really don't know exactly how to. There's Ryan from Wyoming too. Nice to see you, Ryan. Yeah, you guys, shout out to Angel because he is supporting you guys big time. He's supporting you guys. He's creating the dynamic that we get involved in, like with the and he was there last night too with the kind of day trading and everything else. Me kind of showing you guys this. Like I'm going to step things up as he's going to continue to, he's really making he's going to make a mark, and I'm going to make sure that we make a lasting mark in everything that he's involved in, he's interested in, because that makes that fun. Yeah, the whole dynamic really works well, and the whole we kind of all understand each other. That's so fun. If you had really misspelled it or not, I probably would have had to use a spell checker to find out or not. So I wouldn't worry about it. So you're behind Kingdom. I love it, man. It's ours, huh? It just is. That's nice. Huh? It's ours. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's how I really kind of feel about it. So it's we're 100% behind you too, brother, and we're looking forward to continuing to bring value to everything, and we'll continue to do that as this continues to the space continues to bring value to you, because I'm looking forward to it doing that more and more, and we'll discuss more how that can be achieved. There's a lot that can be achieved in this space, a whole lot, and in terms of where things are now versus where they're going, and the whole, the entirety of the space can change a lot. We know that most certainly. Yeah, there are a lot of options. We'll have tons of discussions on that. So that's exciting. In addition to everything else, now we know this on the screen is not a clean breakout, right? There's no confirmation, right? So who would just invest then? No, not at all. But it's going up. Well, we're being shown higher price. We're being shown higher price for what reason? Is it as a gift so that we can get in and we can continue to complete what pattern? I don't know. Now, if we get in here and there's some other pattern in here and it's technically indicated, then we trade. I bring up the JP Morgan example, right? I bring up the JP Morgan example back in January because JP Morgan looked at the price of Bitcoin in January and the entirety of the curve, and he said, well, I wouldn't be surprised if it never gets back up to 40,000. Right? That's the guy in charge of JP Morgan. People bought right here, and they're selling right now. People literally just bought right here, and they're selling right now. You guys, you get that, huh? The mentality, the psychology is there's no strategy. When you talk about people, the psychology of the market, there's just no strategy at all. When he shows higher price, literally people decide to buy with no strategy, for no reason other than the fact that they're being shown higher price, in anticipation of it continuing to do what it's essentially not supposed to be doing. There's no technical reason for it to do that. Maybe there's a big accumulation going on, big purchase going on, etc. We don't know about it. It's all hitting the market right now. Wow, we're going to be a part of that. That dynamic's not really there. If it's in the price action, we're going to see it, right? So maybe we're developing something that could consolidate for a while or kind of reform something. But just because we're showing high price, or especially when we are, no, that's not going to do it, guys. Just so you know, the threshold, you need to be tough, guys. You need to be tough with your investments. There's no reason in the world for you to open up and get into an investment that's not technically sound. I mean, there's no reason to really do that. If you want to buy something, a cup of coffee, I say that all the time. Maybe you think something's a cool idea, you want to buy a cup of coffee, and maybe you like the potential of it. Maybe it's a DeFi or something like that. Hey, and a cup of coffee for you could be kind of expensive. That's okay. I understand. Sometimes you want to take a risk. That's no problem. It's a space that permits that. Now, this is a bullish. I want to reinforce this. The entirety of this ascending triangle is bullish. That's the sentiment here. Okay? Now, one thing that you may see that can happen is that just as I changed this to a channel, okay, that can change, and this can change, and if this changes like this, then we have another repeat potentially. And I just want to bring this up in terms of like staying a step ahead of the curve. If it changes from that to this, then we have a repeat of what we saw. And that would be a different formation, okay? That's essentially a failure of the triangle. But then we have essentially, and I can go to the time frame that shows it, but then we have kind of a repeat of what's going on here right now. And that's not what we necessarily want if we're sticking with the bullish mindset that we want the price to go up, right? So the expanding wedge is by nature bearish, supposed to break to the downside. It caught with an ascending triangle. This can serve in and of itself, no matter where you see it, as the base or as the bottom of any retracement period in any market. Okay? If this decides to open back up, it will have just been for naught. Okay? But it has a distinction known as independent of everything else. And I always try and look at things kind of singularly, I guess if I can say that correctly. But individually, I want to look at them and determine whether or not, aside from all the other noise, because sometimes if we can just especially when we really zoom in and we start really focusing on trading, etc., I just want to look at something that all the other noise is eliminated. Like people will ask, well, how did you find form? We want to know, come on, what did you really do? Because how do you find something that with a price and target, it goes up another 100% in 5 days? Really, what's going on? It was implicated with the original price. It was going to move. What else did this? What else did this same exact thing that I brought to you guys? Define did the same exact thing. You guys remember? I brought you Define, right? Truth. Define also was a 2x. You had to work, and I would say that to people. I don't know if they did. I said, I don't know if they did. But when I look at Define, you want to see the same thing? And you'll just notice a trend here. You'll notice what I focus on. Now you're maybe confused as to why it was like this, right? It was just straight, and it could have gone, well, it's maybe some advanced analytics we're pulling. Okay, how about that? Define, it's possible. It is possible. Look at Define. Same thing. Wham. The move up from there was, wow. Yeah, it was, huh? Yeah, I brought it to you, I want to say, here. And people were happy or not. I brought it to everyone there talking about retracements on everything right in here. And from the time that it went down into targets, etc., it went up 300 to 400% in a period of like 6 days once you hit your target. So that's another one that's very similar to, they're worth taking a look at. You get 300-400% or something. They're worth playing for getting involved in price action. If you can learn to navigate some of these with any amount of cash, you might do better. You might do much better on something that looks like this, right? If you can navigate through those, you might do a lot better on something that looks like this, right? This is Bitcoin. I need to redo the background on that. Let me see which one this is. But yeah, that's going to be a big, as you can get into price action. And it's interesting because a lot of times I'll tell you guys, well, this one has great price action, right? So it has a lot of price action. You've gone up, you had up to a 3.5x. One of the benefits of that is realizing in the context of that, like Angel was able to close out, you practice different things. You're able to develop different parts of your skill set than just something something that doesn't have that level of price action. So the benefit on something like Forum, whether or not you knock it out of the park, whether or not you got the full amount, you practice in something that did this within a period of days. That's important. You may be able to perform better on something like this next, on the entirety of Bitcoin, right? So I'm bringing these to you. They're a big deal. You can make money on them, but you could get involved in those coins and understand, like the lesson that it may offer you is, you may understand, like on the next big run pricing cycle that we have of Bitcoin, like, man, I'm so glad I played all those little small deals. I really am. You may not even realize why now, because one of those might be down, and it may not be much at all in terms of your investment, but it may just be enough to bother you, huh? Just like, remember the matchbox theory? You just take the match and the match won't light. You're trying to light the match. How does that feel? A little disappointing, got to get another match. That match doesn't work. That feeling of disappointment, it doesn't have to be this huge, kind of huge, colossal deal for you. But the point is, on a small deal like that, you may get thrown down for a while. On something big like Bitcoin, you could get thrown down for a while. You may say, well, I've already, it may teach you something, okay, that is good for you to learn in terms of price action. Typically, it's going to be to the upside, okay? And it may also be something that you practice on one of the smaller coins with smaller amounts of money. And yeah, but I have to tell you, it wasn't a good coin because, this will be funny. Well, it wasn't a good coin because it had done that, and then it just kept going down. And maximum, I got to tell you, maximum, London, you could have gotten maybe 5% at each level. I'd be like, wow, really? Maximum, you could have gotten 5% at each level? Wow. Did you get 5%? Because I'm curious, because if you knew you were going to maximum get 5% out of each level, were you able to practice? Like maybe it wasn't a 10-cent coin. Maybe you were able to practice like it was something that used to cost $64,000, and for whatever reason, it skipped on down. And maybe that wouldn't happen this round. But maybe a level of that would have happened right here. And so maybe you have a coin in there, maybe even intentional. I don't even know. What do you think? Maybe even intentional amongst the ones that go 200x or 100x. Because I'll mention it that, this needs to be traded on retracement. It goes up 100% or 200 or 300%. It's not the money that you're making that's important. It's the process of you being involved in whatever that pricing dynamic is. Because it's doing this in a period of like 3 or 4 days. So the eventualities of this, the possibilities, anything else that could be thrown at you, dealing with making money, with not, with being stuck in a place and having huge expectations, all those different, all of the different variables can come into play that can help you on the entirety of your investment arena. So your holdings, et cetera, however you choose to manage things. Excuse me. So that's important for you guys to realize. Yeah, there's some cash up there. There's some different things in terms of like different potential investments. But yeah, I want the guy, I want to know the guy that, he saw the first 1, 2, 3 levels just charge through on one investment. Really? How'd it go on the last one? Well, you're supposed to only give us things that make money. Oh, really? Really? Huh? Well, that's great, huh? That's gonna be tough to beat you, I guess. Huh? It's gonna be tough to beat you and the whole crew. And I do that a lot, guys. I focus on that a lot. Every now and then, there's something that doesn't perform, and I'll look to see if who's involved in it, because I also want to know who's up for the challenge. I am, right? I am, because I'm up for learning how to hit this, right? I want to make sure that I can hit that right there. I just need to make sure I can hit that, because I've seen that. I saw that today. I saw it yesterday. Huh? Yeah, I did. I saw that yesterday. In fact, I gave that to something just like that to the VIPs. That's an important deal, right? Because I want to know. There you go. Well, that would have been easy, huh? That was really easy, huh? That's a 10% move right there. Okay. So all the history books, everything else, are going to paint it like that. That was a 10% move in this area. Okay. But we're prepared to fall through, right? We're always prepared to fall through the next level. And I want you guys to understand that any investment idea that you get from me, it's your call, right? They're not securities. It's really interesting. You guys know that. I've been reminded of that from some really important, cool people recently. Like, well, you understand in Texas they're not securities, so technically financial advice, well, it's not really going to apply. So we're probably just running around saying that for a bunch of nothing. But the people I hang out with, a lot of them have decent amounts of money. So, I just tell them to be like, you could go get some. Most of the time it's like the ones who, I don't know, some of the ones who offer some, they're talking with us. They're saying, well, what are you doing? We have a very unique group, definitely. Some of the investment advisors are sitting there talking with us, having a cigar, saying like, so what are you actually doing this? What are you involved in? So, but it's funny. We went through bull and bear flags. Halfway mixed them up. Angel is killing it. I think Angel may have done really well in something. I'm not sure, but it seems like Angel has done really, really well in something, huh? We definitely appreciate Angel. We definitely just appreciate it, huh? This is just awesome. Angel is the kingdom hero right now. He's going to continue to be the kingdom hero. When we think good things, when we think of making money, we're going to look at Angel, and people are going to think, well, if it weren't for Angel and, Andrew and London and Lars and Behind CEO and Jay Suave and Ryan and everybody, Ricky Hale, Josh, right? Yeah. Big shout out to Josh. I know he contributed the other day. And it's nice for everybody to know. I always bring that up, but they just know the kind of player that Angel is, right? He's going to be the leader. He's going to charge through. We're going to get, it's funny. He's good too, because he's going to do that while he's getting a challenge, a little bit of a challenge. You guys know who Angel is? He's not soft at all. They got to know that, Angel, huh? Yeah, you got to know that, huh? Because not everyone's going to pick up on that either. But while I'm having a discussion, which is not the most popular thing in the world, huh? Look at him. Everyone should be up for a challenge. You get that? You guys understand that? Andrew, if you're around, you probably get that, or whoever else. But while I'm talking about, that's fine. I may throw something at you that's this and that. He's doubling down into that, huh? That's my man. That's what's up, huh? That's what the kingdom's all about right there. Very well done, huh? That's impressive. That is impressive. Impressive, huh? Showing what he's got, huh? That's nice. That's very impressive. I am impressed, Angel. Not easy to impress me on a live stream like that. That's nice, huh? I don't know if everybody picked up on that. While I'm talking about, well, potentially one of the coins could be, if you guys are given an opportunity to trade and this and that, I want to know who's going to pick up. Well, it's only 5% at this level. It's only Angel just slamming into it. He's like, everybody should be. Yeah, that's awesome, huh? You've done well, huh? And we're not like that. I purposely challenge people or something like that. But the character of something develops, definitely, huh? It definitely develops, huh? And people have that, there's no I in team. You got that right. And it's like, I remember I met a sports host, like a sports talk or show host recently, some sports show. And we're talking about Kobe Bryant, kind of the nature of a champion and everything like that. And, LeBron James, some different guys, some different players. And we were just talking about, like, what builds the heart of a champion. Yeah. And what is it that establishes the ability to take the ball, take control, and, like, the game is on the line. That's it. It's going down. 5 seconds. No, you give me the ball, and or be able to develop the ability, even if he has that ability. Let's say LeBron had this, where I think he was with Cleveland for a while. He had to develop into the player to be able to deliver the skills, but he had that mentality enough to where he was able to really roll into becoming that level of a champion. And you saw him miss a few or this and that, if that game didn't quite go. And I remember watching him when he was a little bit younger, and I would be like, yeah, LeBron, he just really needs to develop into that champion because he's about 80% of the way there, and he could kind of get it. He could do it. And I remember thinking that, and he wound up and he did it. But just in terms of talent, I bring up that idea because not everyone has talent, right? Not everyone has that instinctual, I'm there. There's value in the market. Not everyone does, okay? Angel just has a lot of that talent. I'm just going to bring that up in terms of being a champion in the market, et cetera. That's just the truth. He has that, so you guys get to know him a little bit better because he's not going to tell you this stuff. So he does have that, like Andrew's got the ability to just speed bag the trades all day long, bam, bam, bam. Yeah, Angel's got that championship quality mindset that he will lay into. If you talk about a challenge, the Black Mamba, you got it. As you talk about a challenge or something, Angel will. He's just the kind of guy. He's built like that mentally. He's built to perform in the market. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he chooses to do that. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a blast. We just are. This group is going to clean up. We're going to do really well when we start zipping and making money and this and that. When you guys start booking all these trades, you guys figure all this stuff out, and the group is going. And it's going to be fun, guys. It's going to be fun. You guys understand that. It's going to be, and you're already having some fun. Just wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm just telling you, you're going to have a blast. You're going to have more fun than you think you're going to have. And you don't need to project how much you're going to make. Right now, you're going to have a lot of fun. All right. And it's fun to make money. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole part of being in the market. So, let's see, this is kind of stagnated. What do we got? 15 minutes. We'll go down to the lower here. There we go. A little bit of consolidation going on. Not much different. In terms of overall positions right now, and I can say this. I talked to Angel about it. But I had a question for him. I was just like, because, we all have all these different accounts. I asked him how many, not necessarily how many, but are you sure that you can maneuver amongst all of them, right? Like, or collectively, if you had to liquidate, go to cash in 10 minutes or 3 minutes, if you had to just move everything to cash for 3 minutes, can that happen? And not that I would recommend that or not that, but could you do that in 3 minutes? Everything goes to cash in 3 minutes. typically it is an idea. Like when I've done that in the past, it's been a decision. Well, I have to make a phone call. Well, by tomorrow. Well, I've got a few days. Well, something like that. If you've got a position, or you understand, it's not just it's not a lightning quick. Everything goes. Everything is necessarily has even that degree of exposure. You'd say that as well. Even that degree of exposure in potential liquidation. So there are some different, different concepts. But as you get into managing your own, really trading and really getting involved in things, and maybe the mindset is that you might. You might at some point, be in charge of more potentially. I'm not sure what all your investment structures have been in the past. I don't know that, and that's okay that I don't know that. I look forward to learning that about you guys. If you want me to learn that about you, you may learn that about me. If you'd like to learn that about me, it's been fun. So you guys, when I dig back into this, and you guys used to see me on the right-hand side just cranking through and setting up these different things, and you're kind of like, well, I get it, but it's a lot, huh? On Saturday, I'm like, I'm cranking, going through 200 different things, trying to find you guys. I mean, that's how I found Forum, and that's what. Well, how did you find this stuff? What did you do? People ask me that. I'm like, I spent like 10 hours on Saturday. It's like, it was a great Saturday, wasn't it? But yeah, I spent like 10 hours on it, right? Between the stream and everything else, maybe more than that. But how did you find it? It went up that much. How were you supposed to find the price tags? Like, I looked at like 500 different charts. I spent 10 hours. Like, if you did that, you'd probably find one. So, and you also might find one that's not one, but you probably also understand that, well, maybe one out of three will. The other two have a chance of performing relatively well, right? You see a lot of program trading here as you get into the smaller time frames. You don't have to micro trade. I think the more that you guys get involved in the market, you're going to enjoy trading. I know the market's good. I know it's fun. I know it's nice to have positions. I'm all about, but and Angel, you just saw the value recently with Matic. You did. You also, I think in terms of some other things we've discussed. But as you look at the value there, you're going to see some different value in some different things, in my opinion. I think it's going to be fun in terms of trading, in terms of the ability to execute positive trades. Like, it's going to be exciting. Because very few people can do that. People will try, but to book like 10 positive trades, I'll have to look at just my day today. Some of you can already. I know there are people here, maybe they found something that channel trades real well, and they decide to sit there and just crank along, right? And it's, I don't know, it's exciting to me that the group is interested in that. I mean, you have to think about that, huh? We have a group of people that are interested in booking positive trades, huh? And that's going to be something that we look at. That's, I don't know. It's a nice dynamic of the team. So you guys are kicking it like that. Let's see what we got. Let's roll to interesting dynamic here. Okay, so the question is going to be, how much do we retrace right now? What are your positions right now? Who's comfortable in the room losing anything? Are you guys comfortable just dropping on down to the next level, then dropping on down to the next level, then dropping on down to the next level? We're just comfortable with that? That's just liquidation as it stands in crypto is difficult. Yeah, and it also depends. You have a threshold in terms of how, say you're up 10x, you're up 100x on a lot of things, and so you're dealing with some, potentially you or just you in general as well may be, whatever your circumstance, whoever's listening, may be that you're up dramatically in some holdings, etc. So you haven't really thought of. And right now you're like, well, we've already been up to, some drastic highs, and now we're where we are. Uh, there you go, Ed Silva, heavy cash reserves. Good. That's good to hear. Yeah, that's the only way this game really gets played real well. We covered earlier on that Bitcoin's been down to 4,000 twice, to 4,000, below 4,000, twice since 2018. The fact that that's permitted, and I mean permitted, that'd be like the NASDAQ going to 800, right? Or you don't know. Yeah, it'd be lower. The Dow went to 650, like not 6,500, no, 650. It'd be almost like that, right? So as we look at that, it's just an interesting dynamic that is permitted, and the fact that we would be able to, and I bring that up because you can develop, because you're becoming more aggressive a little bit in terms of your approach to the market. You just are. Well, now I'm willing to sell. I'm gonna go ahead and take a 10x. I'm gonna do that. Normally I just would have held. Normally I would have done that. I like the community aspect. It's nice. Everyone in the community is very nice. Everyone's saying hold, diamond hand. No. Now you're looking out a little bit more for number one, right? Like, yeah, you are, and you're able to do that. Whereas the whole collective group, and it's not that you want to distance yourself from other people or anything like that, but you're going to be operating a little bit more aggressively against kind of the general dynamic, kind of the shared collective kind of battlefront. Let's all kumbaya and just hold, right? So don't ever let it. And just remember, I addressed this like early on in this. Don't get the impression at any point in time. Don't ever let yourself, because it can just kind of creep up in this and that in terms of, oh, you're day trading, or oh, you're doing this, or you're part of the problem with the market, or you guys know a lot better than that. This is a very nicely structured opportunity for people who are able to, crypto is for people who are able to capitalize on volatility and who understand the need to buy low and sell high. It's real simple. It's real easy. There's nothing complicated about it, except the fact that we are in some unnatural kind of waters. I guess we could say that, huh? We are in a market that has a level of what would you say, guys? Just a level of volatility that is extraordinarily unique. It should make the group here, just so you know, it should make the group here that are members extraordinarily unique. You have to admit that, huh? Because you guys are capable of operating mentally within the dynamic that, no, we know that this is highly volatile and we're ready to do this. That gives you a real leg up. That makes you a really unique group of people. A group of people that I'm very excited to know. Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to know you guys. And that's just the truth. That's the absolute truth. Because the majority of people will not see the volatility as a positive. They won't be able to do it. Some of them will, and some of them will want an easy answer too. And this is the second part of what qualifies you guys up. And Angel, as I've dealt with you, just to talk with you a little bit, because you have definitely, and I'm talking a little bit more in a little bit, but with you too. But the dynamic is that you're not looking for necessarily the easy answer either. That's impressive, because the people who will decide, people will start getting to the calculator real quickly. Let me get my pen out. Maybe I'll write something down, but maybe I'll even make a spreadsheet, right? They'll get to that point where they'll start to do some math. They'll say that's quote unquote real work. I'm going to go ahead and multiply my returns out for the next 5 years. That I'm going to make all of this money on Bitcoin or whatever else it is, right? They'll get to that point. Yeah. They'll understand the volatility. Okay, great. Now I need to get my calculator out to go ahead. That's the real work they're going to do in the market. That's their due diligence. They're going to make a spreadsheet with their returns on Bitcoin going to 1.5 million based upon their current investment, right? That's not homework, guys. That's not due diligence. That's real out there kind of thinking, and that's okay. Some of the investments work out that way. There's no reason with understanding that, right? What do we got? Meat and produce business. Love that. Angel's in the meat and produce business. There's no one here that can't do. I've been in the, yeah. There's no one who can't do what he's done. I'm so looking forward to micro trading. Good. You've been learning to do. It's so good. I like that you said earlier on. He said it's missing the BAM, and I was like, because it's great. Because that's what I say it all the time after you wrote that. Because I showed two different diagrams, and one I typically would say would broke it out, and I showed everyone. I was like, I need a comment from people, and Angel said, he's like, well, on the one, he says on the one, there's no BAM. It hasn't BAMmed yet. Right? And I'm like, it hasn't BAMmed yet. And I was like, bam. I was like, did I miss that? I was like, did I tell someone else? But whenever it does break through, I was like, and bam, it moves to the upside. Right? But he's right. So I rethought that, and I just started laughing. I was like, no, that's exactly what it is. It's, bam, we moved to the upside. And so in terms of price action, I got a kick out of that afterwards. I was like, that's perfect. I really like that. And as we formulate things, it's going to be a good group dynamic. You guys are going to really develop quickly over the next 3 months. And I'll say 3 months, you have to appreciate like how far we're into this and how nice it's already been. Because why? We've been in this this channel within this the price constriction for a month and almost a month and a half. In 3 months, you are going to be slamming. Like, I'm just going to tell you, you're going to be slamming through this stuff. You can imagine in 3 months, this is just in this channel right here within this consolidation. You've been here for 48 days, ballpark, less than that a little bit. But that includes some of the retracement up top. Okay, you're going to be slamming. You guys, you're getting your systems together. You're getting your gate computer program, etc. You're getting all the exchange software, everything. In 3 months, just wait and see what you guys are capable of doing in 3 months. It's going to be really, really impressive. So I'm looking forward to seeing that and watching that develop. And hey, I mean, I've got the ability to make a big difference with you guys, and you have the ability to make a big difference with me. Angel, we really appreciate you making a big difference for me and for you and for everybody. So we can have some cool talks about what all we see happening. But within in 3 months, etc., I see some really, really cool stuff happening. You guys we're gonna have more fun. We're gonna have we already, guys, when we're talking about booking as a group and this and that, booking 8 to 10 trades. Yeah, the market's down today. Well, I'm up 15, 20%, this and that. Not on options, not on risky stuff. Consistently booking trades like this, we are going to have a reputation like nobody else's business. And I mean literally potentially like nobody else's business. Like it just prepare for good things. And if we can combine that with like the basics I always talk about, like eat well, sleep well, right? Like continue to invest in those relationships that you knew were important, right? Before you started investing, right? And that's like the key as we can continue to do all that good stuff. Let me put an order in real quickly. There we go. Just understand that the dynamic that we have is going to change a little bit. And it's not going to change in any way that's going to be frustrating to your families or anything else like that. As you continue to implement your strategy, they're probably already okay with what you've gone through. It's like the transition is kind of already worked out a little bit, maybe not perfectly. But your family's interested in you making money. They're like, well, oh, you're making money. Oh, there's some guy who wants you to preserve all your cash on the downside. Oh, that was your idea. Oh, that was your idea. You go ahead and make sure you tell them it was your idea. Okay? Then they're really going to be impressed, huh? Then they're probably going to tell you, well, then why do you need that guy and everybody else? But just make sure that's a little bit of humor, right? Do make sure that it's a complete package in terms of your planning, because a lot of you are interested in trading and day trading, etc. Just do know that just there's a whole lifestyle dynamic to it, right? And that lifestyle dynamic can it can have an impact on you. In terms of like the health function and everything else, there is kind of a real, I won't say a concern at all, but there's a real dynamic to being involved in the market, which includes like your health, which includes, okay, like just like your ability to like, you know, function, like I mean like with your body, with your physicality, with your mentality, with your personality, with all that good stuff. People can get really wrapped up into the market, and that's okay. Right? It's okay to want to dig into it. There's also a good time to take a breather. The good thing about Angel we just brought up, being able to, and guys, most people aren't going to tell you this. I've just seen this at the extreme levels. I've seen people who can kill the market. I'm telling you, gangbusters absolutely annihilate it. In at levels you would not believe. Extremely talented individuals, some of the best in the country, in the world, very good people. But when they get into the zone and they go there, it's another zone. And you look at them and they're like, wow, you barely recognize, you know, kind of like what happened to such and such. One thing that I will remind you, when people are like that a little bit with you, like, well, you do need to get some sleep. Well, you do need to, you know, such and such. Remind yourself when you look in the mirror and you are dog tired, and you guys know it, to beat the market, yeah, understand, 95% of the people are going to lose. All right? When you look in the mirror, and this is just kind of some real talk where we're kind of waiting for the price action to develop on Bitcoin. I just want to watch Bitcoin. When you look in the mirror and you're tired like that, understand, remind yourself what success looks like. That's the recommendation I would say. And it's not to inspire some kind of, you know, phenomenal level of probably something you're not already doing, but you guys are already working hard. You're busting it, right? You are. You're spending time on your charts. You're spending time on your trades. You're really focusing on and balancing them between, okay, some social dynamic, but you know, this is you know, real time, real investment. I'm going to make sure it makes a real difference. You're studying the market. When you look in the mirror or this happens or that, and you see something different and you're like, golly, look at my eyes. Look at this and that. Remind yourself what success looks like. I'm just going to bring that up. Why? Because it's maybe not always the private jet and the summer cabin in always in Colorado. It's not all that all the time, guys. Success a lot of times looks like that in the morning or in the afternoon. And you guys who have worked hard, you know that, right? Big time. So I just bring that up because, you know, eat well, sleep well, you know, definitely, take care of those relationships that have always been important, right? Yeah. Just understand in the market when it throws it at you and you're into this, and because you're going to start being able to trade. You're going to be able to get into it. You're going to be able to be successful at it. That's my sincere hope, right? I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to. Just understand when you get to a level, the one good thing about if you can liquidate, and Angel just brought up it's difficult at the time for him, right, Angel, to liquidate and just say, hey, I'm going to cash right now. No problem. If you can do that, it's just like you can shut the market off for a minute. Boom. Because it doesn't close right now. So, like day trading can be a situation where it's just day trading. Ah, good. That's nice. And for people that are involved in crypto like us, that can be really nice. It can be really nice. So I just bring up that possibility. But to the extent that you are really wrapped up, and all of you are, and this and that, and you look in the mirror like, wow, this is, I am tired. You're looking at like that person in the mirror is tired, right? Just remind yourself, what does success look like? Might look like the guy who is really working that hard. And we're not, we'll spend some time joking around. We'll get in a few laughs, a little bit of humor, kind of necessary, this and that, or some other expression needs to kind of surface along with the, the rigor and everything else just for a second. But you lose that focus, Don't ever get involved in a trade that you're going to walk away from. Don't do it. As you guys start, plugging around and this and that, because we'll talk about the timing. We'll talk about the other things that other people aren't going to talk about. Like we're going to talk about up at the top, at the top of Bitcoin and everything else. You need heavy cash reserves right now. You need to be able to double and triple down at lower levels. Everyone, it was like, what? Like, okay. And then we're at from the equivalent from 64 to, from 64 to 28, right? From 64,000 to 28,000, and you guys are still here with heavy cash reserves. Yeah. And you're still looking at when to deploy and how, etc. That's nice. That's the right group. And you don't have either me nor yourselves to ever look at in the mirror as you work hard. You don't have either me nor yourselves that was walking around telling people to buy at the top. We were the ones that were sitting there saying, nope, well, that's fine. We're ready to double and triple down at lower levels. Deploy heavy cash if and when the opportunity arises at the lower levels. That's a big deal. So you're working towards something. You're definitely ahead of the curve in that regard. Hugely ahead of the curve in that regard. Probably ahead of the curve if you're even able to listen and tolerate that kind of talk towards the top. Meaning me saying that about anything you were invested in around the top. That's a big deal. Because not everybody could mentally get there at all. Not everyone can kind of receive it right now, or just, as even a gesture. Can you take it as a kind gesture? Someone would be interested in you not losing money, right? And I say that about, and there's a difference between people who can do it, just like you can hit the button or not to sell. Like you can, I don't know. It's just that's an important, that's an important aspect. And it's not like, we're all gonna, learn the. It's not like what Lars wanted a summit at some point. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. We go, we go meet up in Colorado. We do something cool. In Michigan, or we go. I don't know. We go to Jersey. We go. Some. Who's gonna go to Jersey? We're gonna have a summit in Jersey. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe. But I like Jersey. I don't know why. I've been there, and it's just I don't know the odd things I like about Jersey. I like a morning. I go to downtown somewhere and just go to a diner. I just like it. I don't know why. It's street tough. It's like it's kind of a cool, tough place. New York, I like New York a lot. But yeah, there's a lot of nice places out there. We don't have to go to. We're going to go to the summit in Jersey or New York. We don't have to, but I do like Northeast a whole lot. I feel very comfortable there, mostly with the big guys. I don't know why. Just always with me out there. I love it. Just to let you guys know, I just get along well with big, heavy hitting guys. I always have. Other people don't want to talk to them or anything else. I just get along with them, plugged in mentally, 100% from. We don't even have to say anything most of the time. Just hey, it makes sense. But yeah, we have some nice places in Texas as well. California is nice. Everyone from California is going to Texas. That's okay. I saw Donald Trump tonight with Greg Abbott. They were at the border. I think that's nice to see some people on TV. I am not looking forward to the political fallout of anything coming up if and when that occurs, and I don't want to be a part of any of that. I just don't want politics were invented so that people could waste time and not invest and make money and achieve their lifelong dreams. I want to achieve things in investing and achieve my lifelong dreams. And if I get put on a list because of something else, that is not what I want to occur. I want me and my friends to be very successful, and anything that holds us back, I don't mind writing a check for anybody. I'll tell you that too. If anybody wants a check on either side, that's fine. I'll be. You guys want to? If you guys want to check, I don't know. You're running for something potentially, maybe, right? You could, huh? But most of the time people want to check. So and that's fine. And I don't have a problem with that. I want good people around me. That's it. I don't care if they have a label or anything else. I just want good people. But yeah, as we get into politics and the dynamic, I don't talk about that stuff all the time. That's just not the place for it. And most of the important stuff, I tell you, it occurs off the books anyway. You know, you talk about like me being a former presidential advisor, that kind of stuff, it's off the books, man. You talk about what are you talking, man, it's off the books. This bottom line, off the books. Just always will be. So that's just the way it is. So, but we do have to bring up Greg Abbott is very pro blockchain. He just signed a big thing for Texas for blockchain. And it's interesting to see him tonight with Trump, who they have maybe different agenda than what they're saying in terms of hustle this, hustle that. We don't know. So take that all into context because discussions happen, I'm sure, behind closed doors. I bet they do in terms of what's going on. So we know where we're at in kind of our strategy. I've drawn out what is this here? That's a pretty big bearish flag, a completion of a bearish flag, wouldn't you say? Now this is on Bitcoin. Would we always measure it out the same like we would a bull flag? Amidst the talking, and some of you guys have been cranking through your trades. You have, a lot of you, huh? So it may just be nice to unwind and hear some different stuff. Or you're not, we're not listening to CNBC, Crypto Watch, right? But we have our own kind of network of whatever we're listening to. Hopefully it's good information. You guys are synthesizing just the truth, right? And it's just things are not overly complicated right now in terms of the market. It's very straightforward. Very little has occurred that you guys can't shift into on your own. And if you were to receive the opinion from an outside source and you agree with it based upon your understanding, please listen to this. If you were to receive it from someone, from an outside source, and you could formulate that or you agree with that based upon your own understanding, I would argue, why do you need that from an outside source? If the outside source is bringing an additional benefit to you, I think that's great. But if they're leaning on the side of having a trajectory towards a Discord, Telegram, the next is the WhatsApp. It's just right around the corner from WhatsApp and all the spam that gets put on your whatever the comment section is, and just call us. And I cannot think enough. What is it? Mickey Mike Maker from Telegram just made me another $5,000 on such and such, and then you have 40 comments from whatever spam group it is. If their Discord is in with their Telegram, and that's just around the corner from the Mick Mike just made me $5,000 on Telegram, I'll never forget whatever that spam whole deal is, right? I'm real concerned about people not losing money, and I don't know any other group at all, not one group at all, not one, who at the top was preserving people's cash. I don't know one. And it was also live making cash and hitting a target, and like on Doge, being live on Doge, and that, hey, bam. And talking about heavy cash reserves then. And I still don't hear any of them talking about that. Not one other station talking about that. Not anyone. That's not good. I don't think it's going to build the right mentality in terms of like wealth creation. That's my opinion. I don't think it's going to build a good mentality in terms of wealth creation, even if it's just a break. It's just going to be a break for 10 minutes to expose myself to something like that. I think CNBC is a good break. I think Bloomberg is a nice break. To the extent people want to like involve with, what would you, if you guys like Fox or CNN, whatever, is a good break maybe. But from a business standpoint, Wall Street Journal is a good break. The Financial Times, that's a good break. Now we're talking. That's a good break. That's the caliber that you guys are, and it just in between the social network that we have, etc. And I just, and the dynamics that are in play to get to kind of fulfill the market is maybe not real easy. We're not used to this market. You guys know that, huh? We're used to, maybe textbooks and Some of you like drill sergeants, like quals or qualifications or whatever you've got, or whatever your business is. But we have different the entirety of the investment space that we're in. If we really call it an investment space, trading space, etc. I'm not sure. Someone called us enthusiasts. I thought that was nice. It was some guy from Texas. It was a pretty big deal. Okay, in crypto, he's a pretty big deal, guys. I mean, a big deal. All right. He referred to you guys here at this channel as, well, you have some enthusiasts. That's nice. And I thought that was good because, we're not dealing with securities, et cetera. It's like, okay, we are enthusiasts. It's like, that's good. So, yeah, pretty big deal. I'm just going to tell you that. So, look forward to having additional communications with unsaid individual. Now, I wouldn't say a big deal. Otherwise, you guys know that. So, bear flag, okay? Bear flag breaks down. Bull flag breaks up. Okay? We had the opportunity to have some bull flags in here. They're nice when they work well, right? Yeah, it's nice, positive. It's positive price action. The idea is not to experience the move down, right? Because we just had the move up. And we don't want this time to necessarily just be, and it's okay if it's a social, you know what? If you guys are, if we had just great, nice people, and we want to hang out, we like crypto and no problem. Hey, that's fine. We just like to trade. I just want to tell you guys, we enjoy trading. We like the market a lot. We're going to beat the market, And to tell you the truth, you may be really nice and you want to hang out and you just like people who like to beat the market. You think it's real entertaining. And hey, I mean, are we like, no, you have to do, I mean, we're fine for like, cheerleaders or something like that. If we have, or, just, what we call them, like, yell leaders or cheerleaders, whatever, just, nice people that want to hang out. That's fine. I wouldn't understand that mentality necessarily, but hey, if you're around and that's going on, that's fine. If you're like definitely, hardcore military, just like, I just need something unplugged, something unwind, and kind of, some shared ideals and principles. I like to hear some investment, kind of banter back and forth along with whatever else. And, if we talk about cruise missiles every now and then, that'd be fine. Some of you guys probably, have storehouses full of those. That's nice. Shout out to Kuda and Jason's Lid and Beehive CEO and all the military people. Shout out to, we got a laundry list, Garland and Joshua and I know I'm missing some military guys. But, yeah, shout out to all you guys. Where's our DOD policeman? We got Ryan. We got, we got all kinds of different stuff. We got some DOD police, different people. We probably got some undercover intel guys in here, huh? I don't know about that. We're going to have to outlaw that undercover stuff. None of that, huh? None of that undercover intel stuff here. I got to tell you, huh? That's not going to work, huh? All right. They're going to agree with that. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, just first one to speak up. Great point, sir. I appreciate that now. Huh? Just how to blow your cover. Huh? Just Chevy Chase movie. Good. So as we look at this, you guys understand these are bull flags. Anything with an upward diagonal channel. Okay. Now we've gone to that from this. Okay. From the triangulation. Okay. Let me get here. Let me zoom this in. Hold on. Let me zoom this out, actually. Okay, that's going to make it easier. I'll move a little more slowly. Now, it's going to make it harder to grab. Maybe harder to see, too. That's one of the odd downsides of breaking out of this ascending triangle. I don't know who else, don't care who else at all pulled up on an ascending triangle. You guys have not dealt with one. It is recognized as one of the key ways to beat a retracement, period. In and of itself, without anything else at all. If you look at the definition of an ascending triangle, it in and of itself, period, aside from anything else, is highlighted as something that can beat a retracement and reestablish an uptrend, period. Has been, is still now, and will be forevermore recognized like that. Unless there's some tectonic shift in technical analysis and what's been studied over the last 100+ years, period. this right here, an ascending line of support, resistance on top, okay, which hopefully, could turn into some level of support. We're not completely done with it, but it just looks like it has transitioned into something more in line with and it could have been anticipated. It definitely could have been anticipated. Some sort of a channel. So the bear flag, essentially the breakdown, was still anticipated, but we still have to remind ourselves, I guess we just do, we need to remind ourselves, of the fact that we're in a bullish kind of micro formation. We just are. And we're no worse off really now, technically speaking. We have to say the truth. We are no worse off in terms of the bullish to bearish sentiment because we did break through than if we would have just expressed ourselves to the top and rifled down here. You guys get that? We're no worse off because we did experience some. We had a push. We had a push. Why? Because if we would have done it on the downside, you guys have to understand this. If we had done it on the downside and gone back, what would be the sentiment right now on the downside being here? As soon as you breach through, bam, what? You would think you're out. This is it. It could be going down, right? Right. So flip the script for a minute. Reframe your mind in terms of the potentiality here and the fact that you just went through on the upside. Imagine you have shorts and you're betting on the market to go down right now. You're shorting against Bitcoin. You just had this go up. Whoa. You need it to go down. Let's just imagine. Because you can go, let's say you catch midway, and then you're back up here again. And it's just right here, and it for 2 or 3 days or 4 or 5 days is right here, and everyone's like, this could really do what, huh? Because it's already done this. So we're no worse off, and I just bring that up because we are no worse off that we would do this and necessarily form a bull flag, because this channel is going to define itself as a bull flag, period. There is no discussion. This channel is a bull flag, period. It's not an opinion. We don't have to discuss it at all. That's the quote-unquote right answer. But we can't. We're in the middle of a battle between and this happens at some level. It does occur between every ascending triangle at the bottom, which could potentially be the bottom. I mean, at some point, guys, it's going to establish itself somewhat as a bull flag. With that understood, the breakdown is kind of tragic in terms of the overall potentiality of it, because we could have hit one or two more, bullish patterns in here and really reestablish things. But it's kind of anticipated that the ascending triangle is going to formulate somewhat of a bull flag. But we would want that to be beat. We still have, let's sum it up like this. We still have the opportunity to beat it. Yeah, we can still hook it on up. I don't think that we're in a worse off situation because some of you have holdings. I'm talking to some of you and you're like, well, what are we really talking about? Guys, some people have like hundreds of thousands, if not more, maybe millions in Bitcoin, okay? So we're discussing this just in terms of kind of where we're at. Now, me personally, I just try and avoid the whole conversation. I just don't like losing any cash or losing any money here, losing the value of my Bitcoin. I'm not real big on that. I like to deploy it when I get what? So, the discussion becomes a little bit philosophical and a little bit kind of out there, and maybe it should be. I mean, you're discussing hypotheticals and which one's stronger. I want you to understand the interface, or what would you say, the interchange between an ascending triangle and the bull flag. It's just a discussion to have, and you guys can put the parameters together, and you're sophisticated enough, you'll be able to have that discussion. You may disagree with me and say, no, I think the fact that we formulated a channel and that we have broken down now, I think you're going to get to an idea of the theory, the academia and the theory behind it, right? You're going to be comparing 2 pages in a book and making an argument about it. That's fine if you want to do that. You'll be able to find those pages in the book very quickly, and you can have that discussion with me or anybody else that you choose to. The level beyond that is the real crux of it, is do you have, first of all, if you're having that discussion on that level, have you sold for profit up in here? Did you sell on your coin of choice? If you did not, and you're currently holding, do you have cash reserves below if you're still refusing to sell anything at a profit or to even maintain your cash position? Do you see the more important questions, as we would just kind of have some talk and this and that, and me kind of laser eye, right at you now and say, okay, let's have the discussion. Let's get involved in this or that. Now, since you didn't sell up here, have you sold anything here? Or are you still fully exposed? And we're just hoping this to go up. Because down here is a move of, if we were to go down here, of, let's just make sure we get this right. Let's just make sure we get it ballpark kind of right. I want to make sure. Because if we go down to the bottom of the golden pocket, we're looking at a loss of 34%. That's $1 million into 66,000 ballpark. Yeah, okay. $1 million into 66,000, or I'm sorry, 660,000, not 66. Clearly, that's 100,000. That was my next example. So $1 million into 660,000. You're knocking 34% off. Is that math right? I think it is. I'll check it. 100,000 is knocked down to the 100,000 is clearly into the 66,000. That's a big drop. Million, you're going to lose 340,000. Math right? I think the math's right. I haven't busted out my calculator. You're about to lose 350K on $1 million potentially? Whoa. Okay, whoa. Yeah, good prices, good deals. We got a good discount right now. You're about to lose 350K on $1 million? All right. Where you could take it and redeploy it and just knock it out of the park if it hits that level? That's easy. A or B. We choose B. All right, you got $1,000? You got $1,000? And you're looking at losing, 350 of $1,000? That's something, huh? Or you could redeploy some of the cash, and you could hit your whatever your equivalent is in whichever coin. That's a big deal too. Maybe your quest for source cash. Sorry for the mathematical mistake. I'm very good at mathematics typically. I apologize for that, sincerely, and I don't like to get math incorrect. So I think I said that off the cuff. I was thinking about maybe my next equation too quickly. I apologize for that. Clearly the million would be not 66,000, though that could happen. That could happen. And the problem with, I just want to bring up the problem with, and this was probably the next equation that I was heading to literally in my mind, was and you've heard me say it before, the problem with losing 50% is that you can lose another 50%, especially in the market, right? So that's really far-fetched and that's really out there, right? Well, if you went from, let's just say this, if you went, then I may get my calculator out. If you went from the current price of 34,000, just as an example, if you went from 34,000, okay, down to, let's see, down to 3,000. Let's see here, down to 3,500. So 3,800, 3,750. Okay? Now pay attention to this. Because if you went from the current price to the same, just to the same price, say cataclysmically something happened, regulation books got hit, something wild happened. It was one of those events like in March of 2020 or back in 2018, and for some reason we went down to $3,500 again. It's happened twice, right? It's happened twice already in the last couple of years. Isn't that crazy, huh? Volatility, just crazy volatility, right? If you went down from the current price of 34,000 down to 3,000, what would that be, about 3,750? That would be an elimination of 90% of your account. 88.97. 88.97. Now, that's interesting, huh? Because then you would be at, from $1 million, you'd be at 100,000. Hello? Hello? You guys get it? If we went from here to the point we've been 2 times in the last 2 years, I'm just saying the facts. This is not FUD. This is not anything. This is a calculation. We're going to cover the calculatives because no one else is, and very few other people are willing to go through at least the mathematics of it. Well, I messed up the original mathematics. I apologize again, sincerely. But this is where I was headed in the example. If you were to go to the same price that you've been 2 times before, period, with your holdings that we're certain are going to go up, we're just sure they're going to go up. While everyone's talking about, of course we have backup capital, backup reserves. Of course we do. That's what everyone talks about. Of course we have backup capital. I do. Heavy cash reserves. Why? Because if it were to go to the same price that it's been 2 other times, for whatever reason, I know for a fact that I'm going to be looking at it like, oh, that's great. I guess I'll go ahead and deploy some of my backup cash. Bam. That's it. Real simple. And what if it goes down 90% from there? I have that contingency planned out for. I'm not going to get smoked out of this market. I'm not going to. I like the volatility. If the whole market gets smoked, that's fine. If the whole market gets taken out, okay, well, I don't think that's going to occur. I don't think there's a high degree or even a remote possibility of that really happening. I don't foresee that happening at all. We have regulatory boards, et cetera, that are, more concerned about the average investor, right, and the enthusiasts such as us, right? So, with that said, it's already been permitted to go to 3,000, 3,750, something like that. We did the calculations earlier. Below 4,000, twice in the last 2 years or so. 2020 it happened. 2018 it happened. So if it wanted to go there and hang out there, for some reason it likes that level. If it wanted to go there and hang out there, you guys who study technical analysis, you understand why I'm saying this. If you've read the first chapter of the book, you understand why I'm saying this. Or any technical analysis book, you understand why I'm saying this. Why? Because technical analysis is, by definition, applying the past pricing behavior to the current situation to determine the future, right? To predict the future. So plugging in the past pricing behavior, literally textbook of anything you look at in technical analysis. And you've seen the last few days, we've just been smoking it. Just bam, bam, bam. I mean, if you want a positive trade, you can put cash into it. I mean, last night I was saying, hey, well, this is just $100. You know, I've told you I have a $100 bill right here on my desk. Right? Whatever your accounts are, that's your accounts. I go gangbusters on something like some people overseas. We got $5 million in this account. I'm doing this and that. Next thing I know, everybody's got $5 million there. Well, they put in the wrong trade. Well, we messed up on this one. Well, my account got shut down at the exchange. Whatever in the world, right? We don't need the headache right now. Get used to trading. You're doing different things than what other people are doing. So, in terms of your ability to understand why I would go through an example like this when it seems really unpopular and everything else, because I've already had the discussion at the top. I've already had this discussion at the top. You may not have heard it. I've had this discussion with people at the top before it went down 50%. It still has an opportunity to go down 88%. This is not a scare tactic. This rationale you can apply to the current situation immediately. And you need to formulate how you're going to strategize between the fallout potential of $3,750 Bitcoin, how you're going to differentiate between that and the loss right here. And being able to tolerate the loss right here, this is a fair discussion, being able to tolerate the loss of just the downside of the channel, just 5%. Versus the 95% or the 90%. It is true that maybe your threshold, you're saying, okay, I'm going to take the 5% hit, but I don't want the other 85%. Okay? That's a decision you've made just now. Let's say let's say you've clarified that for me just now. Okay, great. You're willing to let the 5% go, but you don't want I just want to make sure too, you don't want the other 85% in the example, right? Is that right? Okay, that's fine. So your break, you're kind of where you're gonna break your investments off, or you're gonna stop out. Okay, you're gonna put a stop loss order in at this line. Is that it? That would be it? Are we sure? Is that something you've already set up? Or is that just something we would talk about? Or let's say it's at 6.18. You're going to stop out right here at, you're going to be comfortable with 32,000. That's it. Period. That's good. That's fine if that's the case. But to talk about something like this continually or repeatedly in a great tone, etc., and be excited about the fact what? The good thing is you don't have to worry about this. The whole idea is if you can get down here to the golden pocket is to slam into this thing like it's the most fun you've had, period. You guys are excited about trading. The good news is this isn't like this is like a grown-up discussion. It's not fun. We're here to trade. I'm supposed to have fun. Do you realize how much fun this lower level is? Yes, right? So the whole idea of this, this is kind of grown-up discussion. I don't want to lose 90% of my deal. I don't want to lose 90%. That's not the point. The point is, if you were to miss out on the fact that you could have slammed into Bitcoin, I'm telling you, at $4,000 again, and you knew about it from the previous, you knew about it, and you didn't set up any orders for it, you didn't have any cash waiting for it. You literally sat there and listened to some guy say this a few times, and you had no orders right now at 4,000? I'm just curious. You've heard me say this. You're going to have to look at your exchange if it'll let you do it right now. Some exchanges won't even let you do it. But if you can, or do you have a reminder on your calendar? Or what is it about profit that you've decided that maybe you just don't want to be a part of? I'm curious because that's technical, and that's just investing. But technical analysis is the application. It's bringing in the pricing behavior from the past, applying it to the current to predict the future, guys, to essentially plan for, prepare, et cetera, to be able to operate right with the view, with the pricing. Let's say to interact with the pricing. I think that's probably a good way to say it. In terms of your trades, you're interacting with the pricing dynamics to achieve a profit. So the past 2 times went to $4,000. That's nice. There's a lot you can do. You think, well, okay, that went from 4 to let's say 64. Okay, well, it's like times 16. Okay, well, is that right? 4 times 64? I think so. Yeah. So, in the context of that, well, other coins would do better, and they will. They will. Bitcoin's kind of like the one with all the credibility to it, right? A lot of people know about it. The other coins people may not even really know about, right? And so when you get into discussions about what you're doing with other people or anything else, I think it's going to be kind of neat for you guys to be able to say that you that you do what you do, and a lot of that what you do right now is trading. And it's something that everybody will understand. So that's cool. It's a good dynamic, I think, for everybody to kind of step into, and you'll come up with your own description of what all you are doing. So nothing wants to move. Nothing is just seeming like it wants to move at all. Let's get on to the just understand the dynamics, guys. When it seems like I'm giving some big grown-up talk and everything else, just understand those levels down there are going to be awesome. You guys get that? Do you understand? If we can get there, it's going to be awesome. You want bulk cash? Like, do you want bulk cash? I'm just going to ask, because at least the mentality, without any kind of promises in terms of investment returns or anything else, whatever qualifier, I probably don't even need to turn in because it's not a security. But if you could imagine just having bulk cash, bulk returns on larger amounts of money, yes, it would be at a lower level like that. It would start at a lower level like the golden pocket that's below us. Right. And that is something we have repeated continually. And I just repeat it again so that we can just reframe the entirety of the conversation, right? Around what we know to be important. I've got these red, kind of the red featured markers down here. Down to, what's this? This one's down to 9,000. Just levels where orders should be waiting. Cash should be waiting. I would be very surprised if people from major investment communities, etc., with the types of people with like trillions of dollars in assets, etc., that have exposure to Bitcoin, if they don't have orders waiting at those levels. I would be phenomenally surprised if those organizations who are in charge of the trillions of dollars, the hedge funds and different things, if they didn't have orders waiting or resources available for those levels. And if I could look into their strategies, I would want to operate exactly kind of like they do. I would want to achieve the returns they've achieved, and I would try I would definitely try to wrap my mind around that statement. The most successful investment firms in the world, I would want to operate like they do in terms of their profit. And so I would probably structure some of my thinking around what they're doing, how they're strategizing, how they're deploying their cash, because I would like to emulate their returns. If I can think of something better to do that they're not, let's say that they're not a part of, or I've cracked the widget a different way, then that's fantastic. Then there's no problem not to do that as well. But I definitely want to consider that in the realm of what's what's possible, what's gonna maximize my gains. At the end of the day, also, like, what can you like stand on? What's the foundation you've put together for yourself? It's not what I say. It's not just what you say or your wife, your husband, your family, your friend. It's not just, you have to, the more kind of bedrock, institutionalized kind of, frameworks you can put together, real resources, people who respect real resources, etc. Not just a fly-by-night kind of idea. Not just there's nothing wrong with a funny movie every now and then. Maybe even a go-getter idea every now and then, like a halftime talk. Hey, cool. We want a halftime talk. We want a halftime talk, right? Now, you guys go out there and get them. If we want, coach just yelled at us. All right, how to go? Well, everybody's scream, run out of the football field. That's fine. But in terms of emulating and achieving profits, you guys are going to start to see things a little differently. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to see you guys, to see how you're soon and probably already seeing things a little bit differently, because nobody else is really doing what we're doing, not with the level of sophistication that you guys are doing it with. They're not. We're not doing what they're doing, and they're not capable of doing what we're doing. Let me see. What was the initial price purchase? Oh, did I miss something? Angel, you were saying, what is the original price purchase? How about if you felt comfortable because you haven't sold due to the fact that it will be a lot higher anyway, philosophically speaking? Let me see. Yeah, I never heard the one enthusiast either. I just thought it was interesting that we're not giving the investment advice. Crypto is not a security. It is not a security. It doesn't fall under Securities and Exchange Commission. Born in West Lico, Jersey. Yo. Okay, just gotta get back to some of these. Sacrifice. Love that, huh? Very nice. Let's see. Yeah, we do have philosophically. Let me see, what did Angel say? How about if you felt comfortable because you haven't sold due to the fact that it will be a lot higher anyway? Yeah, I mean, you may just be, I mean, some people are good at some people have different gifts. Some people have different gifts. And for some people, that may be reading into investments really well, You may have dealt with pricing your whole life, right? You may have, you may be a pro at an exchange or barter, or it may literally be generational, a fantastic thing generationally that's been in your family and your blood, everything else. It's just part of your genetic makeup. You may be able to look at something and just know, like, no, that's got a phenomenal value to it right now. That's it. You may be a valuation, just extraordinary valuator. Or in terms of valuation, you may be extraordinary. So at pricing, you wouldn't say valuator. So sounds like you're saying evaluator. We're seeing some red in the market. We haven't really engaged in trades tonight. We've talked about some different dynamics that are going on because we're doing more trades. You may find that as you trade more, your overall operation, etc., mentally may be a little bit more tired. I'm sitting here trying to really maintain the conversation, the mathematics, everything else. I've been really, really trading hard. You guys know that. And getting the charts together for you and doing – so it's been we've been busy. And I was speaking with some of my family. I was like, no. I was like, no. I always get like this, like, no, the market's not going to be, not even going to think about beating me. And it's not about that all the time. It's just like at some point, it's just like we can stop. We can do just one, just take a breather. And I need to follow my own advice. Good to, get outside, make sure you get that jog in the morning. This was cool, huh? I like this, huh? This forum deal, we always go back to some good news to throw it back in the good mix, huh? Forum. I like the smiley face. It was nice. I like the style. Everyone did a great job on this. It's beautiful. Forum VIP perk, 100% return in a week? Question mark? Should be, I guess. Join today for exclusive pricing targets and specified coin signals. That's nice. Not financial advice, Crypto Kingdom. I like the look of this. This is just nice, the way this was put together. Not sure if you guys bought then or now or where you're at with Forum. We could probably look at it and do a little bit of just an investigation. What is going on with Forum? Let's mark it now and see where it's going to go from here, because everybody's involved in it now, aren't they? Isn't that interesting, huh? Now everybody is running after it, huh? Were they running after it then? There you go. Now those are some nice pricing targets, aren't they? You see the blue lines? Those are nice pricing targets. I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that a whole lot. That's 105%. 112 just on the pricing targets, from the pricing targets to in 5 days. And those are the same pricing targets that you got. That's nice, huh? That works. Not bad. Look at that. Just walk its way up and back through. Literally, stair step up those targets. That's pretty nice, huh? One of the few times you probably could have doubled up into the targets, for the record. That'll be a new record. You literally probably could have doubled up into the targets if you wanted to. Very interesting. Yeah, that is nice. Very impressive. And just to go through the pricing action, you would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels deep in terms of a double or a triple down. And you had 1, 2, 3 levels below that you could have gone. 1, 2, 3 to 4 levels below. Could have been, into some kind of cash. Again, the process, the exercise of it, watching the trade, looking at the price action, what is it doing, right? Now, is it something now? And this will be the question now. Well, how about now we get involved in it and we want to see, and now we'll do the retracements. Now we'll put the orders in. Now we'll stack the orders, double or triple down now. Well, it's got a little bit different of a dynamic to it, doesn't it? Because now the whole market's involved in it. It may play a little bit differently. It may do really well from this point on. In terms of it could continue to appreciate in value. I'm not as interested in always letting people know exactly where things are going. You guys have noticed? Here you go. What would be your opinion if you bought Bitcoin $779, hypothetically speaking? Yeah, it's Bitcoin has been I'm a huge fan of all things Bitcoin and crypto. I have a very interesting background that I haven't I've mentioned a few times. But I learned to program computers from the one of the founders of the internet. So at Duke, he was there and he taught me to program. And so I'm all about inherent value and transactions, etc. I'm not real crazy about let me just say this. I would like to see some other quote-unquote adoption other than El Salvador. Right now, I'd like to see some other countries, potentially, maybe even like Middle Eastern countries, someone step off into the realm where it's got a different dynamic than just kind of the, Because I think there's a phenomenal level of long-term value in it, and I think particularly if you're able to trade it along the lines of within the if you can get within the realm of even 70, capturing like 70 to 80% of the overall aggregate returns in something like Bitcoin, you're doing phenomenally well. And when you start to learn that you can, let's say if something achieves like a 10x, you should be able to trade and get like let's say like a 15x, something like that. Then I think, and that's just if you look at the volatility, if you look at the actual volatility, you should be able to achieve drastically, significantly. Let's say significantly, and it's going to be drastically. I mean, you'll see a lot of price action that moves sideways within the sideways pricing action. This is a good example. Okay, this is a 2x right here. And if you bought here at the top, you've multiplied your money by 2. If you played this correctly, all you needed to do was have some strategy. It's the real returns. It's not monopoly money. The real returns, right? But if you did buy with the rest of everyone, and just apply this over, if you bought with the rest of everyone up here, and you didn't follow any strategy, you're back with the rest of everyone. And if you just bought in here because you didn't employ any strategy, then you could probably at some point talk to the guy back here who just broke even and had you come join him here at the top. At some point, you'll be able to talk on this coin or another coin or some other time because you don't have the strategy to have profited and say, okay, that's it, I'm out the door. That's where this presents value to you. So applying that to, and the dynamic is there. When Angel talks about having picked it up at 779, Bitcoin at 779, the extent to which that's there are kind of two components to it. The extent to which we have a dynamic in play that it kind of was, the precursor, what would you say, kind of a pre-market, almost really pre-market. And I don't think people really understand the concept of like pre-market with Bitcoin, but it went through like a big phase. I think you agree with that, maybe, Angel, that it was like pre-market, what would you say? Pre-exchange, to that extent. And we've still seen a lot of, things going down to, a certain level, let's say 3,500, et cetera. You got close at 779. You got another swing at the plate because 779 was a while back. If it's 2010, 11, 12, somewhere back then. If you had a chance to pick it back up here recently, and I would just say, hey, because, orders could have been down at those levels. And so we just need to make sure that orders are at those levels prepared. The mindset is prepared fully to get down in there at some point when everyone else is going completely the other direction. And it's a different group. You can do it, Angel, because I've talked to you and I know you. Some other people in the group, like you're probably looking at on the bottom right, Andrew, I'm sure. And Andrew, we very much appreciate your support. I want to let you know that. Very, very much. We love you being a standout. I don't know where you were today. I think I saw you earlier on. Maybe you went trading, or maybe you just not sure what you were up to. But yeah, it's just exciting to have you in the group. Very much so, Andrew. I really enjoy having you. It's really cool to learn your ways and see how technically oriented you are. It's very cool. Appreciate the opportunity to interact. It means a lot, and that you support the community. It means a lot. And Angel, certainly, just want to reinforce and inspire both of you, and definitely you, Angel, with your support that you have for us, and to let you know that, like, the one thing, and I'll challenge you on this with you saying you picked it up at $779. I want to challenge you, like, did you get it at $4,000 once or twice? If not, make sure, how are you definitely going to get it at $4,000 now? Or what's the best route to take to get as much as possible, as low as possible, period. And to focus in on that and constantly reinforce that dynamic within the tolerance of it not being, I mean, it doesn't have to be, I'll get intense about it every now and then, so we don't have to be intense about it. We just know, right? It's kind of the underlying MO. Life's good, having a great time. Things go well. We enjoy life every day. Cheers to that. It's like, what is it, the real minimalists with a ramen soup can? No, we're big timers. We like life. We roll. We're gonna, every day we're gonna live it to our fullest. We know that, and we're gonna have a good time. But at the same time, like, with the mindset that, well, we pick some up at 8. Well, we got it at 8G. Or we got it at 4. Or we got, and with it at the price it is, we can start to say, okay, because, well, it got to 4. Well, it's at, things start to make a little bit more sense, because when I brought it up a month ago, 2 months ago, when I brought it up towards the top, I was like, come on, But now it's a little bit more feasible, not completely feasible, but now when I talk about it, you have to say, well, it is at 30, it's at 34.3. So when I brought it up at 60, everybody's like, come on. But that means I'm playing I'm playing at that point in time in the 30s. I'm also playing at that time in the 20s, like in the mid 20s, low to mid 20s. And if you get to the, like, we're the group, we don't have to get to the mid 20s, the low to mid 20s. And I'm not just talking it down, but I talk about the lower levels because we reinforce that with each other. And that's a value-driven group. Just hang out, have a good time, support each other, have a blast, crank through. The volatility in this, like, if we bring up, we brought up, we cleaned house on Matic. We cleaned up on Matic in terms of, like, this, the volatility here. We can crank through cash all day long on this. We will learn, me from you and you from me. We will definitely have the environment to learn how to trade very well and make money. I just believe that, without a doubt. That's good. They offered you Bitcoin at $7.69. That's nice. Love that, huh? Yeah, that's pre-exchange, huh? That's yeah. And it'll be interesting. We'll see what all happens. We have some interesting dynamics to put into play, though. You remember Ripple this year, XRP was just flat before it did anything. And even amidst the news and everything else, right? With DOGE, all this different talk, everything else. And, I mean, it was pretty flat for a while. And I just kind of bring up Ripple because the impact that something like that can have. I don't know, we're looking at, like, with Binance, et cetera. Interesting, yeah, 2012, 13. 12, yeah. And nobody wanted it. That's the deal. When nobody wants it. So when we look at, so they offered Angel Bitcoin at $7.69. Hey. That's a good story, huh? I mean, it's a solid story. Be interesting to know what else you got offered along with it. That would be the interesting part, huh? There's this guy, he offered me, I don't know, he had Bitcoin and all this other stuff. Or was it just Bitcoin? It'd be interesting to know. I wonder what he's doing now. Because we have all these stories, like, there's some people that they got in real early. And people who've done continually well, in investing, et cetera. So you have that yeah, I mean, like I say, there's some people that are just kind of gifted with that. It's a blessing. You're blessing other people through that. It's pretty cool. I appreciate that a lot. Hopefully we can get that new computer system up and running, huh? It's going to be cool. We're going to be trading, huh? It's going to be fun. We're all going to have fun. I know that, huh? And it's just going to get, I think you're going to understand why they call it, because the terminology is, okay, technical analysis. It's kind of like, okay, technical analysis. But you'll see the technicalities come along, and I'm looking forward to you enjoying, all of you guys, and particularly you, Angel, and Andrew can attest to this. But you'll start to enjoy when you see the price action. You'll start to be able to take it completely, and I know you already do, but like, and most of I think the traders here will, but they will be able to. You'll be able to just take the whole thing in stride. You'll get to where you'll literally see everything happening before it happens. And when you get to that point, it's just a nice place to be, And not that it doesn't have to be everything you want to challenge or this or that. It doesn't have to necessarily always right here, then this, that. It doesn't have to do that. Like, it doesn't have to. That's not what you necessarily always want to build. And there is a random function built in pricing within a overall structured degree of, conformance. So you're off a glitch, you're off a, it's one of those. Oh, it's this, oh, it's that. You at least get to the point where you understand that, these are, okay, this is, and it gets very interesting when you know enough about the pricing action to where, this one is one of those. And that's one of the 2 or 3, kind of variables from what you were kind of thrown based upon what he did, and you saw it move here and there, and you'll just get there very quickly. I think you'll be surprised, but it does not make it. When I look forward to the time when all of you have the ability to clearly see what is supposed to be exciting or what is supposed to be getting people involved right now. And that's going to happen like that. And just to have the discipline, because we went through a few trades today. There were a few trades out there. I'm like, no, that didn't engage. It broke out. It didn't have confirmation. It just didn't. And there's just a difference. I'm going to say this, and this is worth saying, Angel. I'm glad you brought that up with Bitcoin. I think you're going to appreciate this a lot, because it seems like two different mindsets, and this is the crux. I'm glad you guys have waited to listen to this, and I'm glad I'm saying it. The crux is we have a shoot from the hip kind of style, because we're willing to get involved in some investments that could work out phenomenally well. We'll put I'm going to put 10 grand in one coin. I'm going to see what happens. Ooh, it went up 5,000x or 500x. It was real. I just decided to put 10 grand into it. Why not? Because that mindset seems to be in contradiction with a really highly disciplined technical approach. One is a real risky endeavor. One is way out there, right? To a lot of people, why would you put 10,000, right? Or why would you do that? The odds of that, of that occurring, are so small. Whatever it would be, there'd be a ton of critique at you because you're not disciplined, because you're, But even in that, and you just understand the general, and everyone's going to have their distinctions on why that would be different or not. The two scenarios: investing, kind of slinging, shoot from the hip, go ahead and put the cash in. I'm gonna put a good amount of cash into something, into a new coin, something like that. No one knows about it. It's supposed to be whatever. I'm just gonna throw it in there. versus looking at a chart formation and saying, there is no way I'm going to invest in that unless there's an extremely high degree of probability. But those things work together for some reason, because you also hear me saying, well, maybe you put a cup of coffee on that. But it seems like, and I don't know, maybe there is a little bit of carryover in between the one and the other. To the extent that there is, and the part of the risk take, don't really care, I'm just going into it, that needs to be reserved only for the original kind of, the embryonic kind of brand new startup coins, right? Don't let that mentality, and in general, I mean, people want higher returns in crypto. It does have to be intense, it is. But we want higher returns in crypto. So we're ready to push, we're ready to engage. But we don't necessarily, the big wake-up call sometimes, I think, is yes, there are going to be some great investments you get involved in. There'll be some phenomenal investments. You're going to have to be able to sell it. Buy and sell at the right time. With, I guess, the big understanding is going to be that if you knew that you could achieve, and check this out, please listen, if you knew that you could achieve the phenomenal returns in crypto, but you were going to trade to get them, what a deal. Now that's hold on. So I can do this in crypto, but I'm really going to have to trade. You mean I'm going to have to become like a trader, huh? I'm going to be in crypto, I'm going to trade, huh? But I can maybe make all that money that I keep wanting to make in it. So maybe the guys that trade crypto, that's pretty cool. What do you guys think? Some of it might be the guy who gets involved in the coin or something else and it goes up. But maybe a lot of the big heavy money is in trading, huh? Because you wouldn't necessarily think, huh? I mean, you might, right? Because you got to buy it and sell it at the right price, even if you're, irrespective of what you're doing, right? If you're gonna, do it. Let's say this, irrespective of how long you're going to kind of hold it. If you have the approach, well, I'm going to hold on to this, the same mentality is going to apply. I'm going to get into, Bitcoin this year, and we're going to see how it works out in Christmas or whatever that is, versus, I'm going to be flash trading. I'm going to be doing this all day long. I'm going to, book positive trades. But can you imagine for you all that the dynamic, this mindset you've had, and this is a moment of potential recognition for you. And I mean that in the different ways that recognition could be interpreted, because you could realize it, you could recognize it yourself, and you could also be recognized for being in the shoes that you could accomplish this, and that you can, and maybe you are, is that paradigm, that mindset that I wanted to get into crypto because I wanted to make a lot of money. I really believe it's going to be in whatever you're, quote unquote, a lot of, or that phenomenal level, whatever that is, that possibility is there. The notion that you could achieve it through trading is a different door to open for a lot of people. And I believe that's a very good door to open up. Yeah? Very interesting. When you understand when I say that, like the recognition of that. So that's a nice, point of recognition. That's a nice thing to for me to recognize that in all of you. And it's a nice thing for you to kind of recognize and be able to, what'd you say? To be able to recognize and to be able to, to recognize in yourself and the group and everything else. Oh, you mean this is, So this is potentially what I was thinking of when I got involved in crypto and I was going to make all that money. You may have already done well and made money, right? You may have already made money. But no, I guess this is maybe the deal. Okay, this is what I'm going to really do, and this is maybe what the best chance I have. Let's just say the best chance you probably have in making potentially phenomenal amounts of money in cryptocurrency, which is a wildly fantastic, volatile market that is built for people to potentially capitalize on in terms of their involvement as a trader. But it's constructed with volatility, with quick-based pricing, with technical conformance. I mean, this just breakout right here. You saw this get drawn up. Immediately you have a chart formation, descending wedge, right? Yeah. Then you have what? Well, before even then, we have the Fibonacci's drawn out as the backdrop. If this fails, boom, we're down into a golden pocket, right? Just 1, 2. One click here, one click there, boom, boom. That's it. You just made money. Just that quickly, you just made money. Now, we'll apply it with something moving right now on this scale and frequency, right? And I say we'll apply it, meaning the technical to the backdrop of the Fibonacci to the quick executed trade, boom, boom. No problem, everything's fine. And just the example that it kind of poses in the context of you thinking, well, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get involved in crypto because I want to make a lot of money. Everyone thought or thinks or wants to believe it's going to be through the massive accumulation of or appreciation in price. While everyone has either experienced some of that, and you could make good money. I mean, you could have established. Let me say you could have established quite a portfolio doing that thus far and achieve some nice profits. That's just a fact. You could have profited quite a bit. With trading, you may be in a completely different kind of zone, right? You may be in a completely different, you may go to a completely different place. It's going to be very interesting to watch that dynamic play out in all of you. I'm very excited, no matter how much money you've made, no matter how much money you haven't made, just to see what occurs. You're going to learn while you have certain amounts of money in your accounts and you're trading, you're going to learn that it pays to be very quick, and sometimes you're quick enough and sometimes you're not. You need to learn your exchange. You need to learn the software, the computer program. You need to learn all that stuff. And it's a lot better for something. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Oh, shoot, that order, I canceled that order. It's still showing up on top. Oh, this chart. Oh, this frame. Whatever those are, it's a lot better to lose small amounts of money. Just clicking away, no problem. But it's very interesting to me that the dynamics that may have been there mentally for you or may still be there or maybe there more in terms of your involvement in crypto or your levels of success, they may actually have some degree of, let's say, reality in profitability from trading. That's really interesting. That's nice, huh? And they must, and that's where I guess I should definitely recognize all of you, because they must, or else you wouldn't be putting this much time into it. It's exciting, isn't it? Cheers. Hats off. I'm going to have a sip of coffee real quickly. I would just also say that whatever you see as a barrier to anything that I just discussed with you, it should not be a barrier. And the same way that you would have potentially said, the same way, you're welcome, Ed. The same way that you would have said, like if you were on Binance and we didn't know, that it was going to shut down or something like this, and last week or whenever it was, and people got their stuff locked out and everything, and we just happened to bring up Gate, and Gate worked out really well, and people are excited about Gate, and then we started up on that, and Binance shut down. Like, I just think we're going to be okay. Well, I'd need more capital. Well, I'd need more leverage. I'd need more. I'd need whatever that equation is. The market has I think some good options. And I just mean that some good options in terms of your ability to find answers to however the equation is going to present itself to you. But in terms of trading options or anything like that, that's there's some real great guys that are doing that in the group, and they've been doing that for years. So there's nothing wrong with that. They can be very risky. You can lose a lot, right? You know that. You get your margin call. It can be kind of fatal. But things like increased leverage on trades, because right now you're like, well, if I'm trading $30,000 and I'm making a couple $100 at a time, well, if I make let's say I make $1,000 a day, is that really worth? Yeah, you can get into leverage. You can get into all different types of things. Before you get into those issues, you need to work on things like your speed. And a lot of you have fast computers, this and that. You're all quick thinkers. I mean, I know that. From me having spoken with you, you're very very, very good minds. So, but just the speed on the computer, have the hiccup here and there when things are kind of when you're treading lightly, right? And learn those lessons. You'll still see that those are lessons, right? When you're about to hit the golden pocket here. I'll be interested to watch that. And see, you're noticing the price action right now that you'll start to see how the market maker will stand or pause for a second, or here, or do or move. You'll start to understand the pricing action. It's like, when you go fishing, you start to kind of pick up on the fish, right? Well, they're going to do this for a minute. Well, they'll have the jigger or whatever, and they'll start to pull down on it. They'll start to do different things. They'll play around with it for a minute, right? He'll just dip down into it like that, barely touch along it. Yeah, and then crank down into it. He may go underneath it. All different types of things. However, you get in that pond, that fish, this and that, everything else. It's just going to become very predictable for you, and that's going to be nice. And to the extent that it's not, and you run into that's the 1 in, because you're going to get the 1 in 20, right? Or the 1 in 15 or the 1 in 10. You're just going to get that. If it's the 1 in 10, well, it's just been that week, that kind of day. I don't know why. It's just been like that. But then you have what? Well, you have backup. And you're never fully exposed. Never. You never take a hit of being fully exposed. And, well, I just lost, I only lost 3% that time. Of everything? No. No. Unacceptable. To lose 3% of your holdings. Unacceptable. So he went down 7-8. Looks like he hit around 7-8. Go to the candles real quickly. So this didn't play. I mean, this was quick hands, etc., playing down to you saw a scale in effect, this and that, with enough area around each and every level to have had some success. True? True. So it's not that complicated, is it? Mm-mm. You guys know you can do it, huh? Mm-hmm. And there's going to be some different things that I think will pop up along the way. Like, right now people are interested in something 100. And it's just nice to see, huh? Something with 100% return. And again, good practice. But look at the entirety of like Bitcoin and around the top, everything else, the dynamics of hold, don't hold, serious returns, everything else. Yay, unknown subject, what's up? Yeah, he's killing it with super chats. You missed, yeah, we had, Angel's you guys' biggest supporter. He's supporting everybody with this stuff. He really is. It just is. We have angel power, period. I do hashtag angel power on everything now. Just the truth. I always wanted angel power. That's cool. Who doesn't want angel power? It's like, that's the point. That's really exciting. Really awesome. Very, very, very appreciative. There's more I wanted to say there, appreciative. For some reason, I want to say I'm not surprised. I've talked to Angel on the phone. I know who he is. I know how he is. I'm not surprised at all. He's the kind of guy he's gonna do it. I'm just gonna tell you, he's that kind of guy. He's a tough guy. I mean, he just not like that, but he's just like, he's just gonna get it done. Whatever that is. You define that, and if he wants to, he's gonna get that done. He's just kind of that kind of guy. So doesn't surprise me. He's done well in the market. I anticipate he's gonna do extraordinarily well when he gets his trading setup together. Everything else, he wants knowledge. He's gonna get it. He wants returns, results. It's gonna be fun. Everybody else who's seeking that, it's just not, and it's a real blessing to have Angel around. It's really cool. So that level 64, and it's just nice to see, I guess Jeff says he made plays today were safer and much more, made more money today. Yeah. And you see it doesn't, you'll work with amounts. You'll even see real good traders, guys. Yeah, I have some stories and some names to throw at you guys. You'll be like, what? Yeah. Some amounts, some figures, some names, some just play anything in terms of, how a market can humble you. You're like, wow. Yeah. It can definitely do that. I'll just say that. And you also learn a lot of times you don't want to push the envelope too much. But a lot of times you'll get into a situation, if you got burned up here, well, you might make it back up here. If you can double, triple down, cover this and that, you break position, hold position. This is where, honestly, Bitcoin is really nice to trade, guys, okay? Doesn't seem like it. It's just nice to trade. It's like, well, I get it. I mean, believe it or not, everything against it, I get it. You guys know how into price action I am? You know that, right? Clearly. There's a reason that Bitcoin makes sense to trade. We're going to do very well trading Bitcoin. You may start off with an amount of money in actual BTC and want to build up your BTC, which is exciting. And particularly as you get into BTC and you're building up BTC, and it's going to be kind of fun because maybe BTC is at a good price, and maybe you'll get a better price. Maybe you'll see it lower and you get better at trading and you decide to load up your account and you get some more BTC. Maybe that holds some credibility around. Maybe you say that at a party, you say that somewhere else. Like, yeah, and maybe it's a good time to go through this kind of exercise. I think it's going to be nice. So constantly watching for patterns. Can you get a confirmation? Does it need to plant? Small bull pennant. That enough? Should be. And that's a question. If that's not enough, he's giving you a little bit of time to get out, make the decision. That's it. Right? And it'll probably give you another time depending on the spread where you make that decision. Fall back EMA bands. All right, let's get it spread out. So within this here, training days, you're covering between kind of entry and exit, etc. Right now, if you were to play out right now, you're at 0.2%. Overall aggregate moved. Let's say but between entry of where we originally said, okay, entry, between this formation and right now. Just 0.2%. That's important, right? That's just very small amounts while you're learning. That's just 0.2%. It's not wildly volatile right now. It's within a range. It's moving slowly. It's very frustrating unless you're watching it on this level almost. Yeah. And it's interesting. We came down here. You remember, we came down here to hit the 0.78, right? The one thing you would not think of would be whether or not this could be an expression of that same hit, because it's just been going everywhere, right? Well, this is still an expression of that original hit down to the 786, where he just paused and let people get in. So he paused and let people get in, and then potentially out and in and out and in. And you would definitely say, well, you know, that we're not going to get out and in, and we can't do that right then. As soon as you look down into, and now I wouldn't stick with RSI and everything, but as soon as you look down at your RSI, you sure could have. You see the low RSI right here on the bottom. You're in. Towards the top, you're out. You hit back down to your 30. And even paused, let you get in. You get back up top, and you're out. You get back down somewhere below 30, you're in. Get back up top, and you're out. So just an example of an indicator that could be used on a time frame. Not all the time. Depending upon where you're at and what's kind of going on, right? So, but that's an example because people wouldn't know what to necessarily look for on a specified time frame. Yeah, okay, well, people will say, well, okay, well, we know RSI typically will give you that. Okay. But while the price action is going the way it's going, and it seems to be kind of attracting attention, we're kind of looking for a pattern, something to really trade. I mean, we need to get multiple lines together, right? We have to get multiple lines together. I mean, to be able to really draw at anything. Like to get a trend line, we're going to have to get like 1 or 2 or 3 lines, you know? So it's going to take a minute for a trend to kind of develop. Take a little bit of time. So as those trends develop, it gives you a little bit of time to not necessarily do something else, etc., but check over maybe pattern formations, do research with what you're looking at. It's not so fast-paced. It's, you know, you're manic trying to look at it, right? This is a decent flow of speed here. As I'm talking, maybe you're thinking, right? Well, you're planning this. Maybe you got a phone. Someone calls on the phone. So, you know, plugged in, something, you know, kind of normal stuff. Maybe you don't take phone calls. But it's a decent price. It's kind of a decent level of price action. It's not, you're not screaming at the, you know, brickyard of the Indianapolis 500 going, you know, 230 miles an hour, right? It's not, you know, it's not that. A lot of top formation, huh? You just start to see, and you'll begin to do this quite a bit. You will start to get so in depth with the smaller moves, which will teach you the larger moves. And when you see a larger move, you will zoom back out from all the little stuff you've done. The click here, the click that, all the little things you've done, all the little trades you made. And when you get back into the aggregate, when you get back onto the big picture, you will look and you will not believe that you are all the way focused down into that little bitty part right there. Hold on. All of that was going on all the way down in there, huh? Just right in there, huh? All right, well. But then you'll see something, let's say like the original, you know, you'll see something, let's say just like this. And it'll be completely different. Somehow it's the same, but you understand it's like, well, this move's like 10 times bigger, right? In terms of the returns, it's, but you can practice with the 0.2% differential. Book the positive trades. The bigger moves will be easier generally. Believe it or not, the bigger moves are going to be easier. They're going to take more time to develop. So you have more time to think, more time to relax. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, and they'll be for more money, right? You should have bigger moves on these, bigger moves with the bigger patterns. So you've been chop shopping, just, kind of doing your wind sprints, and then you get to just kind of go for a nice easy jog or no big deal, and that's what pays off. Those are the bigger moves because they've got bigger price action. That's nice, huh? That's a nice way to kind of train. I think I know you'll get a lot out of it. So when you do look at, the smaller time frames, it's not always, maybe it's not always fun. It's not always exactly what we want, right? It's like, well, it's just small money. I'm really interested in, it's just price action. Just price action. And you see how it's going to apply in the larger context. You're going to be able to put that into play, and it's going to be for bigger amounts of money, potentially. Bigger money moves, just as a matter of fact. That's not anything other than a fact. Your prices on the right are in increments of $10 on $34,320, let's say. So that's okay, but just book a positive trade. It has nothing to do, zero to do with you making money on the 34,300. It has zero to do with that. It has everything to do with your levels of confidence and your understanding of the technicals involved and where this is going, what trend lines you've drawn, what chart formations it has, how you're using your backup, how you can interface with your program, which is going to seem like the speed of light when you get back into a larger dynamic. And that's going to be, so it's going to be like, what do they say, like a pro ball player or something, like a baseball player. It's going to be like hitting a softball out there, right? Just like, instead of just this, just normal, 100 mile an hour fastball just screaming at you, baseball. I say you got a, just underhand softball coming at you, just no problem. Just lay into it and just swing away, have fun. That's what it's going to be like when you're on the big stuff. It's a good, you'll see the kind of the tactical approach to it. So upward slanting wedge. Huh? We have an ascending wedge. Supposed to break down. Descending wedge breaks up. Upward sloping wedge breaks down. Either can be beat in either direction. Anything that is, heading up, etc., is going to be, if you have a diagonal channel to the upside, at any point in time, it's going to be bearish. Even though it's going up, it's bearish. It's built to collapse. That's just it. It's built to fall out. We all know that, right? We've covered that. Excuse me. So on the pickup from down here, he gave you time to get in. You didn't have to swing it with the RSI. Okay, he's going to head down somewhere. Probably give you a second to get in. When you trade enough at these lower levels, you'll also understand the pricing behavior on the larger levels. It'll be the same kind of pricing dynamics. It may be a little bit faster here or seem a little bit faster and move a little bit more slowly there, because sometimes it's hard to find. You just can't find the 15-second time frame necessarily on the larger scale or the larger, broader picture items, You'll start to know what a sideways push, boom, kind of means. And you may pick up on some things that I don't pick up on. And that's what's nice about you learning the story, the pricing story, kind of the story of the price action and the market maker. When you learn that, and you have your own kind of, like I really like when Angel today, when he said it's missing that bam, it is, right? It's missing that, bam, if something's missing the positive price action, the upside, etc., then, I don't know, I like the way Angel put it. It's missing that bam. It is. Yeah, Angel, you're seeing how this fits together, huh? Between the micro and the smaller. Yeah, making sure you have Trading View, the professional edition, the premium professional top level edition. Just make sure you have that. Make sure you get buy the second timing. And we'll definitely spend time making sure you're set up, without a doubt. So we'll round this out to see if it wants to form some sort of a channel, larger channel, because it did on the top side. We wouldn't necessarily be tied to this at all. We could do something like this. Dotted line, just to change something up. You have different options. Anytime you see that perfect setup right there for potential bull pennant. Anytime you get that straight down, straight up with a little hook on it, that's bull pennant. Just straight down compression. Boom, boom. At least the signal, right, is potential bull pennant. Every one of these little micro expressions. Just when it waits right there. Yeah. Just showing price, attracting your attention, trying to get people to invest, seeing who's going to bite, people who just bit. Now it's going the wrong direction on them. Now they're wondering if they made a mistake. We only trade bull pennant on breakout, confirmation, and momentum to the upside. Only. Don't care. Miss it, too bad. We will draw out an ascending wedge. Which per the textbook can be bullish. An ascending wedge can be bullish, continuation pattern, etc. You can have a lot of problems with treating them that way. Please pay attention to what I just said, because you can have an ascending wedge and have a lot of problems treating them that way. If you're treating them as if they were bullish guys, a lot of problems. Just we like the wedges, and you guys find that chapter in the book. I'll find it for you. The one you want is the one sloping down. The one you want to get rid of and run away from is the one that's curling up, making it look like you're just going to make a ton of cash. There's no way it can't go up, right? lot of the functions of the movement of the price of this pricing action are just literally interfacing with you. Yes, it does represent the actual pricing that's being paid for the buyer or by the buyers and the sellers. Yes, is the answer to your question. Because you're wondering if it's psychological or a means of communication between you and, what would you say, between you and the, whatever the exchange, like it sounds a little far-fetched, right? These are just the orders going through. Oh, I see. It's just the orders going through, huh? Just to make sure. And that's all on computers and all programmed and, the same computers, which will either process, so programmed, they're either going to process your, through BNB, your withdrawals or not, or cut off the trading completely of such and such. Yeah, okay. This is all heavily programmed. The trade levels, the flow, everything, it's, extraordinarily programmed with visual componentry, etc. Hugely programmed, guys. It's interesting. Because we watch the price action, we trade on it, and it's very valuable, Super, super valuable. Mech Tech. There you go, you found it. Good. Mech Tech is in the house. Good to see you, Mech Tech. Glad to have you, brother. I opened straight to 147. Mech Tech. My book just fell straight open to 147. I like my book. It just opens to the right answer. I think it's a perk of, I don't know how that, I got my own perk. You guys have VIP perks. My perk, it just opens to the right answer. But yeah, it's phenomenal to see the patterns at work, isn't it? It really is reassuring. And at a smaller time frame, like the 15 second, to watch it and watch yourself be able to engage in trades. I don't care if it's it doesn't matter that it's you understand. You're moving on $10 or something. You're moving on a position you get in and get out of, right? You book a positive trade, work a spread, do all that good stuff. It just becomes very valuable when the figures are larger. When you're covering a $15,000 spread, right? Yeah, when you're making a move, instead of just like this, you're covering a spread. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a difference then. Instead of a $15 spread, you're covering $15,000, right? Just think of Bitcoin when it went from 40 to 64, etc. We need to put on, let me put these on, dun. Let's see, 20, 30, 60, there we go. I just put this on sometimes to look at the RSI. So that's price running up in past 70 on RSI. Into the red is up past 70. When it does that, it's really pushing the envelope. It's just a different look. See it break on the RSI, then break again. That was quick. You saw that? Boom, boom. It just wants to boom. It wants to kind of zigzag up. That's the terminology. MechTech, you see that in the book? Zigzag. They call them a zigzag. Part of wave theory. Elliott. 2 L's, 2 T's. Your EMA bands, you guys have those, right? EMA ribbon. Get the one Crypt, K-R-Y-P-T. You guys have that? You can change the colors. I go with kind of light to blue to purple. They're nice. I normally don't have the fire all over the screen either, but it's okay. Just for a minute. I normally make them real light or do a color on them. You can program your own or have someone program them for you. I don't think you need to do either. So that all happened from the hit and the fall down to the 7-8. And now from the 7-8, you're up 34188 to 34386. It's not uninteresting. It is so important to be able to double down. You guys know that, huh? When things are falling apart, you betcha, huh? To be able to pick up more at a lower level is so crucially important towards your survival in trading. If you don't have it, it's just is not easy. Get chewed up and thrown to the wolves, you know? It's just not going to be a pleasant experience. You just can't control the market on retracement. You can predict it to, you can become highly probable with it. You can always enter in, let's say, at Golden Pocket or whatever you decide, but it's just not, it's not always, it's not always going to do what you ask it to do or what you need it to do. Sometimes it will. If you're real reasonable with it, maybe it will. And you're going to have to be potentially quicker with, you have to understand, when we're playing the descending wedge, are you already there with orders? at your Fibonacci's. You have your technical formations, then you have your Fibonacci's as the backdrop, and your EMAs are mixed in with the two. Sometimes it's nice just to pull off and just go on EMAs, just do something, you know. We do a mixture of the chart formations and the retracements, and we get into extensions, and we enjoy the extensions. I'll cover the extensions a little bit more in depth. I've been giving you guys some extensions so you can understand a little bit how, you know, you've got a retracement extension. We've got just different levels to engage at. It's not supposed to be intuitive. Extensions are not supposed to be intuitive. Where you put them, where you draw them, don't worry about it. You'll get there. Because it's just, the tool is a little, what would you say? It is not necessarily what you would expect. You just really have to guard your profits and your returns, because when you lose your returns and you've worked for your returns, you don't want to erase a day of your work. It's a lot of work. Or a week of your work. Or have to try and quote unquote work to get back to where you were a month ago, or 2 months ago, or 3 months ago. Always have backup reserve cash. And if and when you need to get into that, guess what? You always have backup reserve cash from that. It's just the crucial component to everything. And if you want to make it in the market badly enough, one of the deals is, well, you want to make the money in the market. Okay. Well, you need money to be able to make money in the market. You just do. You can learn and you can make money in the market without much money. But to really make money, you need backup resource capital. Source capital is a good idea, right? And if you really want to make it in the market, I mean, most people are willing to, like, you know, make some source capital. You guys don't have that problem. I mean, you understand the dynamic. We can't go and, you know, I got a 10x. Ooh, on what? On nothing. You made 10 times your money on nothing? That's awesome. So we've been toying around with kind of these M pattern formations. We've been going up, retracing, and just these M pattern formations, in one way or another, have been a distinction throughout the day. Kind of M pattern formation, now we're another M pattern formation. It's just been, it's that run up through to our past 70 on the RSI, retracement through the EMA bands, then capitulation of the price on the second leg up of the M after it's hit a stronger level of a moving average and it gets some sort of rebound. Then it's the capitulation of this move down through the EMA bands to start winding down amidst most likely your retracements. You got the move, and then it repeats for the most part. M pattern formation should be denoted as a top level formation. If this goes pennant right here, beautiful. There are different ways of doing like directional. We just got a bullish divergence on MACD and RSI. On MACD, make sure on RSI. No, that was around the hit of the EMA. You guys like that pattern? I don't get the notion that you necessarily do. It's not a really nice pattern. This here, real stodgy. Let's go to the 5 second. Maybe want to change. There we go. Maybe we got some strength. Let's see where we're at. This would be nice. All right. So that's a nice run up. You see how condensed we were in here with the re-hit along the 7-8. Up and up and up. That's nice. Not a bad go at it, huh? We're back on top of the EMAs. That's good. We can stay above the, wow. If we could stay above that, like 50 level on the RSI for a bit and have some fun, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? That would be okay. So anyone who is looking at getting in right now instead of beforehand or carryover, or you want to execute another trade, let's go down to the 5 second. Let's look at what it's building. And it's continuing to build. Huh? It is not wanting to slow down. That's good. Still down 1.6% since the changeover, right? You'll also understand the backdrop statement when people say all the time that the trend is your friend, because if you can get involved in a trend that is going up and you're trading and you buy at the wrong time or you make a mistake, the trend is your friend because the trend will come back and save you. And a lot of times if you're trading throughout the day, you can have some, especially if you're trading lightly, and you're going to get caught up between your what would you say, between your ego is going to get involved with all this. Don't let your ego get confused with your trade. It has nothing to do with you at all. Nothing. It's a technical approach. These are technicals. Literally just a technical application. It has nothing to do with how important you are or how great you are at all. Zero. It's not going to establish your worth. It's just, nah, don't worry about it. Just, I'm saying that right now because you'll get that way in your mind. It has to be, no, this is my trade. It's good to be competitive. It's good to stack trades. If you need to wash out of something, boom, ciao. That's it. That's it. Just a match. Remember that. Just like a match you couldn't light up, just get rid of that. Zero worry, zero concern, anything. Next. You are not playing with enough cash at this level, micro trading at this level, to where it should feel like anything else other than a match that will not light up. Just that's it. Whatever. So that's a good move, huh? That's a nice welcome move. That's not purely lateral, huh? Meaning side to side. It has some inclination of going up. That is nice. And you can just see we can draw out throughout the entirety of this. And this is how I woke up this morning. I woke up with a inverse head and shoulders, attempt inverse head and shoulders. I hit it in here because the shoulder should have gone up. Hit that, hit had whatever, 3 trades in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. Just start the day, boom, 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 boom. Very similar to this. But it's nice. While the price is going laterally and trying to recover even a bit, you are already in the money. Just in the first thing in the morning, just bam. It's nice. RSI is getting very low. Let's see, we have a line there. What is that line? Let's take a look at where we're at. That'd be great to crank up here. Get a nice bull flag. sometimes I try and understand things a little bit in reverse. And I just encourage you a little bit, like, let's say if not a reverse, just know you can put patterns in your RSI. You can. That may be important for you to realize. There may be trends in your RSI which are indicative of, a trend line in your RSI. RSI may indicate some different overall pricing behavior. That's crucial to your profit equation. Ooh, we had gone low on the RSI, then we really went low. That's nice. If you just went on RSI, people have probably worse strategies than that. But I don't like that strategy. I'm not real big on RSI. I don't mind it at all. It's just I can always find a daily that's outdone by the week. And I can always find a weekly that's outdone by the month. I can find an hour that's outdone by the 4 hour. You get it? I can find one where you're not done yet. So it's like everything else. Maybe it's useful, but with the RSI, you can you can just always find something that's differentiated, and that's the same way with any time frame, in terms of your patterning, conformance, etc. So the ones without the hidden agendas that you have to look through all the time frames to kind of come in contact with, those are the ones that you want to. But when I say the ones, those are the assets that you enjoy trading. It's like you don't have to go find all the details. You don't have to unearth any other time frame other than what you're on right now. And if you get tired, you may make more mistakes. You push yourself too much, you may make more mistakes. You may have like a threshold and you say, okay, I want to try and book 5 trades today. That's it. I want to try and do, I don't know, I'm going to try and do like 30, 35 this week. And I'm going to just do 5. I'm going to focus on it, be really patient. Because remember, the big trades and with the bigger, with the macro trades, they're going to be more money. Right? So it doesn't really do you any good to push and do things wrong when it's not technically indicated. Yeah. And I say, remember, it'll be more money with the other larger trades because it will move more. Yes. I just don't want anyone to, I don't know. You guys do what you want to do. How about that? Deal? I know you're going to anyway. So we talked about the backdrop of the fibs. While it's moving quickly, you don't necessarily, you don't have to sit in a rush or you don't have to hustle. You don't have to, sometimes you'll need to be quick. But you can just, walk through this. And if you guys are getting ideas of your own right now, that's great. I've been sending all types of things all day long. So it's nice just kind of being like, I hope you guys have some good ideas. Because in the back door of the DM, I was sending you guys all day long. Killing it. Just small stuff, just so you guys get an idea of it. I'm not requesting anyone go get a bank loan to begin their trading careers. You've noticed that? That's not a jest either. In some of these places, I have no idea what people are doing. And watch the ones who went out and got a bank loan and probably going to invest at the lower levels. Who knows? They may do phenomenally well. I'm not sure there's lending on that, but it's interesting. A lot of changes in the market. Jay was talking today about, you guys were talking about liquidating homes because it was a high, the market's high. It's a sophisticated argument or discussion to have. It's nice. Let's take a look at the overall. Rory. Sheeb's just been taking names, hadn't she? Interesting confluence. Looks familiar. Yeah, I'd say it looks familiar, yeah. Yes, it does. So, Mark, it's good to see you. That's right. If you fumble the ball, Angel says, so true. If you fumble the ball, get back into the huddle, ready for the next play to run again. That's right. That's just truth, huh? Any downward diagonal channel is going to be what? It's going to be bullish. It's going to want to break to the upside. What's the alternative? Something that's just going up. But intuitively, you don't want to be a part of something that's going down, right? But you know, the right level. And again, he's just pausing. What was the other one that just picked up? 0.78 picked up real strong. This is he's just sitting there. Like you'll start to know what that means. Did the same thing on the previous interval, right? It did. Sat right there for a second. We talked about it, back and forth. Then he did what? And then what? Over time. Then he stutter stepped on in through here. So he's showing you that kind of sideways just plant, huh? So it's just a matter, and we've covered so many Fibonacci's, right? You guys just know, huh? Fibonacci, you're like, okay, we got it. It's just easy stuff. But I guess it's not, it's easy once you get the program, you start to just, okay, I'm going to click under the pitchfork, the little arrow on the side under the pitchfork, or right next to that pitchfork, and just click on the fib retracement, okay. And just from the low to the high, and that'll be where you're at. This. They could have busted that one to the upside. And there he goes. He just touched down at the 8.6. You guys see the 8.6 coming to play? Did you guys see that? Just boom, boom. You guys pay attention to that? Did you see that? I hope you did. You see it right on the 8-6 right now? That is 8-6. I've been bringing that up to you guys so that you know to add on to your Fibonacci's the 0.86. I don't think you'll find anyone else talking about that anywhere at all. Like at all. Maybe you will. I don't know. I don't think that you will. And that's all right. But you see it is a real recognized level. Like to the T. And people have an impression that trading all day long is just, it doesn't have to be like that. It can be very calculated. You can make moves based upon like patience, deployment of cash at the proper levels. Ideally, that is the approach. So currently down about 2.16%. And you have to say if you're off by 0.2% or whatever it is, whatever your one trade could be off by 0.2% or this or that, just understand that, yeah, if you're down 0.2%, all right, that wasn't a bad trade. But on the day, it's down, over 2%. So the 0.2 would add up, right? I mean, you don't want to be down 2%. You don't want to be down anything. Let's go to a higher time frame just to take a look at the RSI real quickly. Let's see. All right, that's a big deal. Move these so you can see what's happening. So we had our trajectory upward from here. Getting back up and above here is still the idea with this ascending triangle being a potential thing to conquer, right? To break back through. You have to look at this micro level you're in. Everything in here we were discussing, right? It's just, let's see. Let's go on the daily real quickly. Just look at the daily. Do a unwind. Yep, and we just have the levels below, which are the golden pocket, and more immediately below we have the 0.5 that we've run into twice. That's the level that held was the 50% retracement. That held the bottom line of what's a double bottom, a W. So that's crucial. So the first and next reconnect level would be that 50% retracement at the $31,951. And that, now let me give you the 64,863.10. That's on the line. Don't go with that one. Let's go with on the aggregate. It'll be a little bit touch more aggressive. It would be 32,431 and 55 cents. Let me double check that and make sure the coordinates are on. They are 64,863.10. 32,431 and 55 cents. And the 65th and the 61.8 in that order, 65th first is 22,702 and 9 cents, 22,702. And the 61.8 is 24,777. 24,777. Okay, because you guys are trading so hard, and some of you have work, some of you have family, some of you have things to do, I want you guys to go and rest because you traded today. We're kind of in an interesting kind of flux here. There's some things going on. We have general indications, but I think that we're going to book some more positive trades tomorrow. I'll just say that. So I get prepared for that and make sure that you guys eat well and you sleep well, because this can be really exciting, but you don't want to get too tired to where you're not productive or you're not booking positive trades, because then you get frustrated or something like that. If you have a bad, a bad trade, just like a matchstick, no big deal. If your whole trade gets wiped out, the whole thing goes to zero. You're upset you lost 10% or you lost 4% or 0.4%. Hey, what if it all goes to zero? What if your entire trade went to zero? Just like a match, just one match sitting to light up. That's it. Don't worry about it. It ain't a big deal. We have bigger fish to fry than a bad trade, guys. I promise. We're going to do awesome. You guys are going to do great. Just make sure that you get some good sleep and good food, and spend time with that family or those relationships you knew were important before you started investing. So, we'll get back to more tomorrow. And, Angel, we love you, brother. We really appreciate the huge support. And we're here, period. So, we'll go through more tomorrow. We'll be doing more stuff, and I'll be in around. And we'll be booking positive trades. You guys just let me know what you need, and in terms of learning or anything else. Make sure you have the platform and everything else together. And we'll. I just need to make sure you guys get the book. Also, guys, make sure you turn on notifications. Let me show you this real quickly on Twitter. The more we can push our group, the more we can do that, the better. Essentially, I think the better we're going to do in terms of the what would we say? The dynamic of individual we're going to bring to us, etc. So like with Josh, I'm going to bring up Josh is here. Now, with Josh, like when you guys go to my profile, I'm going to turn on notifications. I'm going to get notifications whenever he You see that little button with the bell on it? Go click that button over on my profile. Please, just get the notification. When you get anything at all, it doesn't matter, guys. It's like a return receipt requested. Really easy. That return receipt, like the green card, yeah, really easy. When any tweet comes across, yeah, look at Josh. He does a great job. He's retweeting, bam. He's filling his feed with this. That's awesome. And look what it does. You guys see what it does? His feed has likes, has retweets, has likes, has retweets. You see? Likes and retweets. And so he's building a profile of this, and he's able, and he has, like his tweets have 15 likes and 5 retweets, 1 comment. The more you guys will plug in and do a comment, and you'll do a retweet of every single one. Do a like, maybe a retweet, and another, maybe a comment. Angel's been real great about that. Just make sure those notifications are on, every one of them. Just bam, 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 bam. Don't worry, well, I don't like that. Just start getting this feed going. Start getting that feed going, and it'll start, the community will pick up. There's a lot of professionals out there that would, I think, benefit from us building our community. I just really believe that. A lot of us have been professionals or businessmen or et cetera. So I think, yeah, don't you guys agree? I think I just need you guys to do that. I appreciate that very much. Notifications and just like, that's the return receipt requested, and retweet, boom. If you have something cool to say, just go ahead and comment as well. So yeah, that's it for now. I will see you guys maybe later on in the room. Big shout out to Angel. Hey, much respect, much appreciated. And I want to make sure you guys get some rest. And we'll talk to you soon. This is London with the Crypto Kingdom. Take care. Bye-bye.